This is a record for the joint school committees. We have 475 people at the moment. I'd like to call to order first. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Dover, Sherborn, and Dover-Sherborn Regional School Committees for Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. This open meeting is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th. Information on how to join remote school committee meetings and meeting agendas are posted on the Dover-Sherborn District website. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that anything that you broadcast might be captured by the recording. And as we just learned, please keep yourselves on mute until time to speak. So we're actually going to jump right into the agenda, as we thought that it made more sense for folks to have a chance to see the and hear the reopening update, and then have an opportunity to comment afterwards. So we're going to go to the first item on the agenda, which is an update on the superintendent's search. And Ann Hovey from the region is going to take that.
Okay, thank you, Brooke. I appreciate that. First, I'd like to thank the members of the superintendent search team. That's Mark Healy and Angie Johnson and Michael Jaffe and myself. We've completed interviews with 2 firms. The second was just this morning. And the next step for us is to share our notes and to compare our stated search firm criteria with what each firm offers. I think one thing that we learned from the firms that we chose to interview, that they've both been working with school districts throughout the pandemic. And so they've already figured out ways to adapt their search to meet the ever-changing needs, whether it's remote, whether it's doing more online surveys. They seem that they've been very flexible and they've been very successful, having completed some successful searches during quarantine and during the pandemic. And they found that while the pools of applicants might be slightly smaller, they are actually more robust than they had expected, and that there are a lot of really good candidates out there, so that bodes well for us and for our search. Our plan is to present a firm for school committee approval at our next joint meeting, which is August 25th. And as always, if anybody has any questions or comments about the search process, please feel free to contact me or any of the other members of the search team. And thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions for Ann or any of the committee members at this point? And speak up if you, any committee members, speak up if you do, because I can't see y'all. Are we good? Yes? Thank you so much. Okay, then we're going to move on to the fall 2020 reopening plan, and Dr. Keogh and his team are going to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Can everyone hear me? Just a thumbs up. Perfect. Awesome. Well, welcome everyone. I want to share my screen with you if that's okay. That's going to take me just a moment. And this happened to me before. So once again, welcome. As you know, this is our third joint school committee meeting scheduled for this summer to discuss our fall reopening plans. To say that the past 5 months have been challenging is the ultimate understatement. They have been likened by superintendents to the never-ending snow day, because we're being called upon to make big decisions about future operations of our schools, significant safety concerns, and consistently changing parameters. Like a snow day, some folks think it's fine to hold school, others think it's too dangerous. That dynamic is not likely to change anytime soon, unfortunately. And as such, I suspect no matter the decision put forward this evening with regard to our reopening plans, some will be unhappy. I want to assure all members of the Dover-Sherborn school community that we've been listening to the many concerns put forth from all sides of the issue, and this evening we'll publicize what we think is the best decision for the children of this school district. It's based on what we think is best given these ever-changing circumstances, science, and guidance from the state of Massachusetts. After this presentation, I will ask that the school committees support the proposal put forward that, again, is based on the work of our 80-plus member reopening task force. As a reminder, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education required that districts submit their 3 possible options for reopening by July 31st. At our meeting on the 28th, we shared what we felt were the 3 best plans. At our meeting on the 28th, we shared what we felt were the 3 best plans under each option and submitted those to the state. We're now required to select one of those options as the choice for our reopening this September. There were a number of factors that have been put into this decision, which I will be announcing momentarily. The requirements of the submission, now due on the 14th, include an executive summary, a letter from the superintendent to the community, including the district selection. The comprehensive plan must include 3 summaries of the summary of the 3 models that we put forward on the 28th. How the school time plan must make reference to the student supports and professional learning, and it requires a certification of health and safety requirements. It's rooted in science. I think it's important that, that I read this statement from the American Academy of Pediatrics, which weighed in on school openings on July of 2020. Returning to school is important for the healthy development and well-being of children, but we must pursue reopening in a way that's safe for all students, teachers, and staff. Science should drive decision-making on safely reopening schools. Public health agencies must make recommendations based on evidence, not politics. We should leave it to the health experts to tell us when the time is best to open up school buildings, and listen to educators and administrators to shape how we do it. Local school leaders, public health experts, educators, and parents must be at the center of decisions about how and when to reopen schools, taking into account the spread of COVID-19 in their communities and the capacities of school districts to adapt safety protocols to make in-person learning safe and feasible. For instance, schools in areas with high levels of COVID-19 community spread should not be compelled to reopen against the judgment of local experts. A one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate for return to school decisions. They make it clear that we should be incorporating these local disease patterns in our decisions and make decisions based on what's going on around us. And to that end, I've asked Dr. Matt Vitale from the Sherborn Board of Health to speak specifically to this topic of the current coronavirus threat in Massachusetts. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, I am. As are like 549 other people, so it's a daunting task. So, thanks for the introduction. I think in my town life, I'm on the Board of Health. In my home life, I'm a Pine Hill parent. And in my work life, I work at Brigham Women's Hospital, where I've spent most of my clinical time over the last 5 months on the COVID team. So definitely, thankfully, face a different situation than we faced in the surge, but recognize the feelings of worry that are really natural as we try to figure out how to enter the unknown together. I've got 3 slides to present. This first slide is a general framework that was developed by the Harvard Global Health Institute, which is under Dr. Ashish Jha, who you may kind of see on Boston Globe or Boston.com or Good Morning America, and illustrates one approach and one set of levels about how we can incorporate the daily case rate per 100,000 people into thinking about what kind of school openings might be prudent. So this is describing kind of half of the story. This is saying, how prevalent is COVID in our communities as we think about how to make choices? There's another set of things that is impossible to prognosticate, which is saying, what are the individual cases or circumstances that we may face? So this is really saying, what levels of disease make a given level of school opening reasonable. You could still have times that schools needed to go remote because of local patterns of outbreak that are different, where you had multiple classrooms or other scenarios like that. For the purposes of tonight's discussion, the most recent available data from the state is as of August 5th, and the rate for Dover Sherborn is a combined measure, census schools pulled from both of our towns, is a rate of 2.9 per 100,000, which translates into about 4 cases per 14 days. You see the gradations here with the daily new case rate per 100,000 reflecting the measure that was put forth by the Institute. The third column reflects the number of cases that would need to be seen in our combined communities to kind of run into that threshold over a 2-week period. The details of the fourth column are really just an illustration of a third party's take on, here's kind of the ways that one might think about opening schools. It's not intended to say this is what DS is going to do, but just illustrate that idea that a given level of school opening can be reasonably paired with a given rate of disease prevalence. Can you do the next slide, Andrew? So that same group has a color-coded map of America that actually zooms into the county level that demonstrates that across the country we see really variable patterns of disease, and even within counties you can see variable patterns, although Massachusetts has been fairly consistent. So in this map we see the areas in yellow, predominantly in the Northeast, as well as smattered throughout the Northwest. We see Vermont in green. I think today Maine is also in green. We see the high patterns of disease spread in the South and Deep South in red. I think what that really tells us is there's no one national strategy that's going to be appropriate. And part of our job in general is to look at what's happening in our communities, what's the structure of our schools and towns, and what makes sense in that context. For the purposes of the discussion, Massachusetts, when I pulled this slide, was a rate of 5.6 cases per 100,000. Today that was 5.4. Go to the next slide, please. The other thing that came up as Dr. Kay Peterson from the Dover Board of Health and I joined all of the calls for all of the family groups as well as all the faculty groups, is a real interest and appetite to understand more what our local trends have been. One of the tensions that we face as a Board of Health is that we need to keep personally identifiable information private. So the most appropriate strategy is for us to use publicly reported data. This is available on the website I've listed here and is publicly available. What these counts reflect is a tally of that reported data by date. What we see in the upper left is a confirmed case count. Of note, this can only go up. You can't unhave COVID, you've had it, and the line only goes one direction. So we see a gradual spread over time with some incremental bumps in both towns occurring over the course of the mid to late summer. The upper right-hand table demonstrates that testing volume is reported for the preceding 2 weeks. So the August 5th data point reflects the 2 weeks preceding August 5th. So we see a significant uptick in testing in both of our communities over that time frame. At the bottom left is the average daily case volume per 100,000 population. So the combined populations of Dover and Sherborn is approximately 10,000 people. And so this is a combination of our case counts from that publicly reported data adapted to what the rate would be for a rate of 100,000. And so we see that in general, we're in a rate of typically 2 to 3 per 100,000, though we have some upticks as we see for the period of time ending July 29th. I think one of the key kind of additional pieces that's part of the larger story is the availability and access to testing. I think that I'm encouraged by seeing that we're seeing sustained testing volume here, and I think that's an important part of any strategy we have to reopen the schools, is to make sure that we have strategies around testing. With that, I'll hand it back to Andrew.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you also to Kay Peterson from the Dover Board of Health, who's been such an important source of support for us in terms of conducting research and kind of interpreting the science for us. Along these lines, our Health and Hygiene Committee, led by Jill Fattori, of which Kay and Matt are both members, have been working on health protocols. This has come up in several of our Zoom conversations. People wanted to know the steps we would take in the event a child or staff member got sick. So this subcommittee has taken this work seriously and developed an extensive list of protocols that we can use for guidance as the year progresses. The list includes hand washing protocols, face covering guidance, and so much more, as you can see. So these protocols have been shared with the school committee in this packet for this evening's meeting. They also will be posted to our webpage for full community viewing very shortly. Another topic that seems to generate regular interest is that of ensuring that our facilities are safe. So I want to be clear that we've been working diligently to ensure that our facilities meet or exceed state standards with regard to occupancy during the pandemic. We have cleaning and disinfecting guidelines that require cleaning of our high-touch areas throughout the day and broader cleaning and disinfecting of our buildings after hours. We intend to follow these guidelines in each of our schools and on our buses, and will provide further training in this regard. We've been working closely with our HVAC specialists to ensure that our units are functioning properly and that our filtration systems are equipped with the appropriate high-level MERV filters. Additionally, with a reduced population in our schools, we believe we can eliminate the need for use of classrooms without windows. In the end, after weeks of study, research, and solicitation of feedback, I've decided to recommend for your approval this evening the acceptance of the hybrid model for our reopening this fall. I'd like to take some time to share with you my rationale for this recommendation, as well as some important adjustments we've made in response to faculty and community feedback. I've heard from literally hundreds of passionate people on this issue, all with compelling reasons for why they believe we should take the steps they propose. However, for me, my first and by far my most important reason to move forward with the hybrid option is our kids. They've now been away from school for 6 months. By the time they return, at a minimum, it will have been 7 months away from school. That's too long to be separated from friends, teachers, routines, and the many experiences that being in school provides for them. Let's look for a moment at the findings of some very recent studies. Let's consider first the loss of learning. Many of our students will return in the fall already behind due to a lack of in-person education, with up to 30% less reading learning and up to 50% less math learning compared to gains during a typical school year. We can also anticipate that this extended leave has had profound impacts on social and emotional learning. In fact, according to a US survey, 29% of parents said their children's emotional and mental health were suffering due to social distancing and closures. Additionally, 13% of adolescents in the US receive mental health care from their schools, with school being the only source of support for 35% of those students. Finally, our students are being deprived of so many essential services. Across the US, about 1.5 million children have diagnosed speech impairment, and approximately 1 in 54 have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders. These children and others that require specialized support may have missed speech therapy and critical development services they previously received at school. As a lifelong educator, this leaves me wondering on a daily basis, are the decisions we are making at the state and national level potentially impacting the intellectual development and social growth of our students in a way that could hinder or limit their potential growth into adulthood? It's a rhetorical question, but it makes clear that this decision is a big deal. In the end, I'm not asking people to take my word for it with regard to what is best, but rather to consider the science, trust the detailed process we followed in the work of our reopening task force, and to carefully consider what our staff and community members are saying. The following are our most recent survey data from our staff and families. So let's take a look at the staff data first. Please know that a little more than half of our staff participated in this survey. So this question shows the feelings of the staff toward full in-person return. The staff showed more support for hybrid learning than in person, but notably expressed reservations. and has been noted in the August 5th letter sent by the DSEA to myself and to the school committees, the clear choice for our teachers is for the remote option. Needless to say, I respectfully disagree with this position, as I believe we can safely reopen and must get our students back into school. But I understand and respect that they have legitimate reservations and that childcare may be a challenge for some of our staff, as it is for some of our families. It's something that we know is a challenge and we want to tackle. This slide and the next show the staff perspective in pie and bar graph form. What stands out is of the staff who participated in the survey at Pine Hill School, roughly 51% would prefer a hybrid or full in-person return. At Chickering, 48% prefer a hybrid or full in-person return. While at the middle school and high school, 44 and 39% respectively prefer hybrid or full in-person return. This is really just a different view of the same information. So no matter whether we choose to return in hybrid form or full in-person, 18% of the faculty that completed the survey report that they would either not be able to return or would struggle to return to school. Staff feelings about returning to school are not consistent with family feelings about returning. Childcare, personal health concerns, family health concerns will be an issue, as I mentioned before, that we know we will have to address. We believe we can. So let's take a look at the the family survey data. As this slide clearly depicts, according to the 611 respondents of the family surveys, 83% of Pine Hill School families preferred a hybrid or full in-person return. 78% of Chickering families prefer a hybrid or full in-person return. 77% of middle school families prefer a hybrid or full in-person return, and 82% of high school families prefer a hybrid or full in-person return. The bar graph shows it from a different perspective. And this slide depicts staff survey preferences adjacent to family survey preferences, with yellow representing preference for remote and blue representing preference for full return. Again, red represents the hybrid option. So clearly our families and staff are not in complete agreement on which option would be best for students. As such, my recommendation of the hybrid option is actually the compromise position. Importantly, there have been some significant changes made to the hybrid model since our presentation on the 28th. For example, the high school administration has been able to adjust their schedule so that students would meet in person 2 days and study remotely 3 days. This puts the high school schedule in alignment with the hybrid model recommended for pre-K to 8 and addresses a key equity issue. Additionally, having heard loud and clear that families were opposed to having our students who opt to attend school remotely study through an outside organization, we have shifted our plans and now will be providing all education using DS teachers. At the elementary and middle school levels, our students studying remotely will be part of the learning extension model, and at the high school level, we will be allowing our remote students to follow their assigned schedules and to Zoom into their classes. So we'll talk a little bit about this remote learning extension. At the elementary level, students who are fully remote will be assigned to a teacher who will provide live mini lessons, instruction, and support via the workshop model in ELA, mathematics, science, and social studies. Students will have Zoom access to FLES and elective teachers aside their grade level peers and will be integrated into morning meetings, classroom activities, and school events in order to maintain a sense of connectedness and community. At the middle and high school levels, students who enroll in the remote learning extension will be assigned to specific to subject-specific teachers who will provide live mini lessons, instruction, and support English, math, science, social studies, world language, and the electives. Students will be integrated into advisories, classroom activities, and assemblies with their in-person peers, again, to maintain connectedness and build community. At the high school level, students who need to access specialty courses will have the option of enrolling in TECA or VHS, both mentioned on this next slide. Given our experience in the spring, we realized that some students thrive in a virtual learning environment and may wish to enroll in a partner program that allows for greater independence, self-pacing, and more differentiated levels and topics coursework. Students in grades K to 12 may opt to enroll in TECA, a local program sponsored by Tech Collaborative and proven rigorous and effective by former DS students who have enrolled for a number of reasons: health restrictions, Olympic training, Broadway productions, etc. Virtual high school is another option for our older students seeking greater flexibility and course options. Also vetted by DS students who've taken advantage of a number of AP and specialty courses over the last few years. Given the variety of variables and circumstances we are all facing, some families may opt to unenroll their children from DS and educate them at home. While there are general expectations around subjects to be taught, homeschool provides flexibility of curriculum, instruction, and assessment for children who have various needs and interests. The website linked here, How to Comply with the Mass Homeschool Law, provides simple and easy to follow guidance on the process and expectations involved. Ultimately, families will need to submit a letter of intent to Beth McCoy, who's also available to address any questions they may have. As a system, we've been intensely focused on the social and emotional well-being of our students since buildings closed in the spring. We've identified ways to build student connections with their peers and staff in either the hybrid or remote learning models. For faculty, many resources and specific strategies have been generated in order to support the new way of teaching that they have been experiencing since March. Some ideas involve creative scavenger hunts, videos without masks, and using technology to increase small group interactions. For families, we have thought about different topics that would be helpful to preview with their children, like mask wearing and familiar activities that will need to be different. For example, recess, PE, interacting with peers. We've also been successful in identifying an assessment tool. It's called Social Skills Improvement System, developed by Pearson, that will help us gather information regarding our students' social and emotional wellness. We will continue to improve upon this work and expect to use the remaining time before reopening to provide further training in this regard. While committing to providing all services documented in our students' individual education plans, guidance from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education recommends we consider offering students with high needs additional in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. Students who would qualify for these services include preschool age students with disabilities, students who primarily use aided and augmentative communication, students who require special education direct services more than 75% of their day, students that receive special education services that are as English language learners. In the coming weeks, we'll be working with staff and families to determine which of our students qualifies for these services and what those additional supports would look like on their added days. Folks, can I ask everyone to please mute? I'm getting some feedback. I'm sure the other people are too. Thanks. So the obvious question is, what will these models look like in reality for Dover-Sherborn? This has been the very essence of the work of the reopening task force and what we'll discuss next. Again, the hybrid model allows for our schools to have half the population teaching and learning in person for 2 days and teaching and learning remotely for 3 days. I showed this on the 28th, but basically it looks like this. One half of the school, cohort A, would have full class in-person instruction on Monday and Tuesday, and remote learning on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The second half of the school would be remote on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and would be in person in full classes on Thursday and Friday. As has been noted in previous discussion in school committee meetings, we believe that synchronous sessions or real-time live sessions in person via the hybrid model provide for many of the same opportunities as those in a remote setting, yet they are far more robust and interactive when in person and allow for more traditional assessment strategies. In-person sessions via the hybrid model also allow for making connections and relationship building. Consider some of the comments from faculty surveys that came out in the aftermath of our spring remote instruction. According to the data and in the words of these staff members, it's clear that remote learning does not allow for the same opportunities as in-person sessions. Around this, I would say around community building, feedback, student engagement, motivation, focus, and controlled assessments. Some of these that jump out at me are, quote, not being in the classroom and having that sense of community. It's difficult to do so at a distance online. Another frustrating part of remote teaching, feedback is necessary but much easier and immediate when in the live classroom. Reaching the kids that really struggle to stay part of the class, the no-shows and the chasing of kids. And this one's rather alarming, but the cheating is out of control more so in my high-level students. So I think what our teachers were telling us was that in the remote model, there were some variables that were just really difficult to control. In recognition of some of the feedback we've received from the broader school community, I'd like to pivot toward a typical day in the life of our students in the hybrid model. It will not be perfect by any stretch, and it will not be the same as it was prior to the pandemic. However, it will also not be as bad as some have argued it will be. As depicted on the left, our students will still be able to work in small groups. However, they will have to remain physically distanced. The image on the right shows elementary cubbies 6 feet apart. So these are elementary shots from Chickering School. This is another view of an elementary classroom. 20 desks at 5 feet, nose to nose. We could actually do 6 feet and still fit 16 to 17 desks, which many of our classrooms will have 16 to 17 students. It will be tight and feel traditional, but as this photo depicts, it's still very much a typical classroom. This is a middle school classroom of 18 desks with 6 feet distance from seat to seat. At this point, class size in the middle school ranges from 16 to 18 in all core classes. Here, a high school social studies room with 14 desks at 8 feet nose to nose, or 27 desks at 5 feet nose to nose. And lastly, a high school English classroom set up in a circle for a discussion or Socratic seminar, 11 desks at 6 feet apart. Luckily, this will be possible as teachers will have 2 classrooms over which to split their students and can migrate between spaces for supervision and feedback. In the end, returning to school under any in-person, or as I'm proposing, hybrid model, will require a group effort. We must be vigilant in honoring our safety protocols in order to protect our students, our staff, and ourselves. We need to adhere strictly to physical distancing guidelines, insist upon mask wearing and hand washing, abide by the Massachusetts travel advisories, and conduct daily health monitoring of ourselves and our children. So as we look to next steps in this process, we still definitely have work to do. Our families will need to create regimens to follow daily before sending children to school. and the district will help with this. We will be sending something along for people to use as a tool in this regard. Additionally, they'll need to make decisions about which learning model will work best for their children, and will need to formally register for this starting this Thursday through Aspen. The registration will conclude on Monday the 17th. A district-wide communication explaining this process will be sent out shortly.
Caroline, do you want me to come in?
Finally, our families will need to make decisions about their needs for transportation. This will also be explained in the communication coming regarding registration. The next step for educators will include submitting medical documentation by the 14th if unable to return. Planning for instruction in the new model, paying attention to their own health and that of their families, remaining prepared for an ever-changing situation, and continuing to strategize approaches for connecting with young people through electronic mediums. The work of the administration must also remain focused as we move forward. We must continue to work on preparing our facilities for the eventual return of our staff and students. We must continue to impact bargain with the Dover-Sherborn Education Association, knowing that without their support, our students will not be able to return. And we must open communications with other employee associations that are so essential to our work. We also must plan for staff trainings around health and hygiene, facility and routine, schedule changes, instructional expectations, and use of technology. We're going to have to focus on hiring new staff where necessary, conducting substitute training, and continuing to remind our staff about the state travel mandates. So this work will not be easy, but for the sake of the education of our children, it must move forward. So upon the final decision of the school committees this evening, we'll begin the work of strengthening our mode of instruction. Focused professional development, preparation of our facilities, if at all in person, shoring up our schedules, passing times, mass breaks, lunches, outdoor learning spaces, again, if in person, putting finishing touches on our program for remote learners, planning for high needs students, building bus schedules, hiring, and so much more. Furthermore, as of this morning, the state announced that they will be providing school districts with a new metric to serve as a guideline for ongoing assessment of appropriate learning models. This will be the tool we will use for reassessment of whichever model voted on this evening. I'm recommending we conduct this reassessment at the official 4-week mark after the start of whichever model the district votes on this evening. Ultimately, this will serve only as the beginning of our work. Again, I share for your review a list of important resources that we've relied upon in making this recommendation, and now would like to open up to the school committee, to the school committees for member questions.
Actually, Andrew, we're going to do a half an hour of community comments, not questions, comments. I'm going to lead that, and then we're going to have the school committees deliberate. Where did you go? Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay. So thank you so much. I'm sure that we all extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Keogh and all of the folks working so incredibly hard on this. It's really difficult work in a situation that none of us want to be in, and is constantly changing. So we extend our thanks and gratitude. Now we are going to, before the school committee members deliberate, we wanted to allow an opportunity for community comments. Tonight we are limiting community comments to 30 minutes. This is because this meeting is our opportunity as school committees to deliberate, and under open meeting law, this is our only opportunity to deliberate, and then we have to vote. So we need ample time to conduct that. But I do want to thank all of our staff and our community that for all the emails, the calls, the participation in surveys and Zooms, where we've gathered all of your information, and that there will be continued opportunities for community involvement as we move forward. So having said that, please remember that community comments are an opportunity for us to listen to members of the community. It is not a forum for answering questions or engaging in debate, and we will not be answering any questions this evening. We respectfully request that you please make your comments brief and that you move the discussion forward by adding new information. In order to hear the most tonight, we are going to limit to 2 minutes per person, and my colleague Judy is going to be the timekeeper. Once the public comment section of the meeting has been concluded, we will move on to other business, and unsolicited comments from the community will no longer be permitted. This is the standard operating procedure of our committees normally as well. So we have almost 600 people on here. Judy? Yeah.
You need somebody maybe to help you.
I'm happy to help you with who's got their hands up.
Yes, I definitely need that. Maybe even more than one person, to be honest.
That's okay. So let's start with Adrian Hill, and then we'll take a comment from John Lynn, Amy Basson, and Matt Bevers, and I'll keep going from there.
And I just remind you to please state your name and your road, and is it road and town or just town?
Either way.
Your street address. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie and Brooke. Adrian Hill, Saddle Ridge Road in Dover, former school committee member. I just want to, again, extend some thanks to everyone on the school committees, but also the task forces and within the administration team on a huge amount of work on what must have seemed an impossible task. I want to just make 2 points very quickly, if I can. One is echoing the words that Dr. Keogh mentioned, that I think in this grand question, school committee members should not feel that it's solely on them how to decide the future. Following the public health experts, the governors, and the local boards of health should be, I think, central to helping school committee members make their decision. And for me, I would like to just urge all the school committee members to, within the guidelines given and within public health expert opinion, to try and give as much in-building time as possible throughout the academic year to the students. My reason's very simple. When I think of the DS teachers who have inspired my 2 boys, it's because they took the time to make a connection and because they made a teacher-student connection, and that's where the magic takes place. And those connections, they last, they endure. That's why kids think of themselves years later as a math kid or a science kid or a languages kid. And remote learning is good for communication, but really not as good for connections. So as much as possible, please try and work for as much in-building time for the students to have those connections with their teachers this year. That's all. Thank you.
Great. Can we hear from Mr. John Lynn?
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, everybody. First, really want to thank you, all of you, tireless work for this hard decision. Based on science and the data, we love to see that. Then 2 points. One is what we care, parents, family cares about quality of their education, whatever the model is. And so I would encourage the committee members and administration closely monitor the progress of this reopening, whatever the family choose, and have a regular communication with parents and also between parents and the teachers, see every child how they work towards that. And the next point is for younger kids, as much as in person as possible, that would be ideal. Even 2 days is better than 0 days in person. And we need to really watch for that because 3 days remote, basically parents will be teaching assistants because of kindergarten, first grade, it's really hard to get them through to the computer, which is very challenging. So taking away a lot of parents' time, and which is unpaid time and untrained as a TA. So we really have to balance that. And that's all my comments. I would say good luck to the meeting today, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lynn. Miss Amy Basson? Do we have Amy Basson on the line? Okay, I haven't heard Amy. Matt Beavers, are you ready?
Yes, hello. I'm Matt Beavers. I'm here with my wife, Elise Purcell. I'm an intensive care doctor at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and Elise is an infectious disease doctor. And I think we both want to thank everyone that's been involved in these difficult decisions and let you know that we appreciate how difficult these decisions are. We want to share.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Hello? Oh, hello?
Hi, Amy. I'll get to you after we talk to the Beavers, just because when I called on you, you didn't answer at first. So just let's do you after, okay?
Hello?
Hi, Amy.
Hello?
Hi, Amy.
Hello?
Amy, we're going to let the Beavers family finish their statement, and then we'll come back to you, okay?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Let's let Amy.
Okay,
You're welcome.
so just a couple of questions based on what Governor Baker was saying about kids belonging in school and in certain areas or of the state where the incidents have been so low that he felt that kids should be in school. This comes not as a surprise. This comes as something I had expected. But my question is
I think Amy, I think we've lost you. We can't answer questions in community.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you, but listen, you keep moving out of us
I'm
hearing.
sorry.
Also, we can't answer questions.
When you have students with language-based disabilities who are pulled out of the classrooms 3-4 hours a day, 5 days a week, how are they going to succeed on a hybrid model? And my other question goes to, why, when the governor's recommending that kids belong in school full time, based on the low level of incidences, we're doing this? And is this teacher driven and teacher union driven? Because it seems like parents, want kids back in school, but teachers, for the most part, don't want to be back in school. How much is teacher driven and how much is parent driven?
Okay, is that the end of your comments, Amy?
Yeah, so those are 3 questions.
Thank you. So just as we mentioned at the beginning, community comments is an opportunity for us to hear from the community.
Okay, so those are my 3 comments. I feel like there's a lot of teacher driven. This is very much teacher driven, not parent driven. Number 1. Number 2, I think we're ignoring.
Thank you. I think we all heard the comments. Thank you.
We totally hear you. Thank you so much, Amy. Mr. Dr. and Dr. Beavers.
Hi. So as my husband said, he's an intensive care doctor at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I'm an infectious diseases doctor at Tufts Medical Center, and I'm in charge of the infectious diseases COVID response for all of the Massachusetts jails. I want everyone to know that COVID is not going away. It's not going to be gone in 6 months, in a month, in 2 years. And we are in an incredibly good position to open up the schools right now. We may not be in this position at another time point, but we are right now. I think the idea that this is going to go away is not right. And my 6-year-old can't remote learn. I guess from an infectious diseases point of view, I've written a letter to the school committee, and I really hope you all understand my plea as a professional, my husband's plea as a professional, and also for our children.
I think I just want to reiterate the same. I want to acknowledge the concerns of teachers and parents that are worried about coming back, because I think we all felt that when we went into work when all this started. But right now we are in a safe place, and it's not clear to me that we're going to get any safer anytime soon. And as Elise said, there's never going to be no risk, and we have to do what's best for our children. And in speaking to my daughter, she is worried about not going back to school. She's afraid of what happens if she has to do school via Zoom. And so I hope that the committee can balance that fear with the fear of teachers and parents about infection. Because I think the balance is that our children need in-person education. And I'm hopeful that we can get there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to both Dr. Beavers. We're going to hear from Kara Ahola, then Daniel Romaine, then Ellen Moss, then Megan Walls, then Steph Harrison.
I also
Kara.
see Keith Kaplan has had his hand up too.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not up here. Great. And so we'll do Kara Ahola, then Keith, if he's had his hand up a long time, and then the list is, okay?
All right. Can you guys hear me? Did I do this right?
You did it.
Okay. Woo, go me. First of all, thank you to everybody who has been involved in this Herculean, unforeseeable, horrible situation. So from the bottom of my heart, the mother of a now graduated senior and a rising sophomore, thank you. My comment is, as usual, I agree with everything Adrian Hill says, and Dr. Beavers, the doctor's Beaver. Please, please, please get them back in school while we can, as much as we can, as much as is reasonably safe and can be done. We can trust our kids. They will be in masks. They will do what you tell them to do. They will do whatever they need to do to make it as safe as possible to be in school. And I truly, honestly believe that's what they need. That's what they want. While the getting's good, we should try to do that as much as practicably and reasonably possible. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Kara. I can't see Keith's hand for some reason, but if you're waiting to speak, Keith, if you could go next.
Sure, I'll be very quick. I'm a high school teacher. I teach history. I'm gonna be clear about one thing right out of the gate. We're on the same side. I love your kids. I want your kids to thrive, like the parents, like the school committee members here. I understand that you're in an impossible situation. None of these models is what we want. We all want no masks back in school. I want to see your kids. I want to see them laughing. I don't teach kindergarten. If I did, I might want to hug them. I don't. I teach high school. I'm not hugging your kids. But other teachers want to see them as well. So I just want to raise 4 quick things. 2 things involve missing data. One is that I saw the data sets for Dover and Sherborn, but the cold reality, and this is strange for me to be saying this, is that most of your teachers are from other towns. And you have kids coming in from Boston. And so you can't just look at the data for your 2 towns because we're different vectors crossing. That's just one thing to throw out there. One thing to remember also is that, at least at the high school, we all surveyed our kids. And yes, there were horrible things about remote learning for high school kids, just like for the little kids. But some of the high school kids did raise some things that they loved about the remote learning. So just please realize that there were 2 sides to that coin. And 2 more quick things to mention. One is that at the high school, we don't always have consistent data service. So if we're gonna Zoom for kids watching at home while we're in person, the system might not work every day. And so I'm not sure practically how that works for kids who are trying to remote learn while we're in the building. And the 4th quick point is that I do not have the numbers. I know that across the 4 buildings, there will be some teachers who don't return. And if the deadline for them to let the school know they're not returning is this Friday, that's a pretty tight turnaround time in hiring qualified replacements in all 4 buildings. So I just want you to think about those 4 practical considerations. I understand that none of these is ideal, but those are 4 practical things that struck me. Thanks for listening. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. Keith, do we have Daniel Romaine available?
I'm here. Yes.
Yeah.
Very quickly, first of all, thank you so much. I think this is such a wonderful forum and convening. I'm a professor at ASU University, and I'm also teaching at Dartmouth as a visiting scholar and at the New School in New York City. Dr. Keogh, we have never had an opportunity to meet, but you've had a profound and important impact on my son, and I suspect many of the children here. For the parents, you are doing heroic work, and for the teachers on this call, You are our first responders in so many ways. And I think it's really important that what the Bevers or Beavers said just now in terms of our response to this pandemic is incredibly important. I wanted to simply say that in my estimation, we are involved in a dual crisis. One is a pandemic, the other is a fight for social justice. And I think it's so important that we understand, as I'm sure you're aware, that both will require a rapid response. Both can present asymptomatically. I think racism, beyond malice, is a malady. And I know that for so many of us, this is a situation that is not best served by these frames of captivity, but they're also frames of creation. And I hope, and I would just like to suggest that God willing, the universe willing, that none of our children, none of our teachers, none of the staff become infected. But I'm sure that if they were, that we will have a rapid response to that event. I would urge us that should racism or discrimination or prejudice visit our schools, that we would also have a rapid response, and that we are preparing for, because we are in the midst of a dual crisis. And I think that Dr. Keogh, many of you on this call, are our leaders, are our first responders, are our antidote to what truly is an ill in our world. Right now, my son is on a baseball field.
Okay,
with,
excuse me, Daniel.
Yes.
It's 2 minutes. It's more than 2 minutes.
Oh,
I'm so
then I
sorry.
will stop. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Not at all.
No, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments. We appreciate them very much. Next, we have Alan Moss.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi, Alan Moss, Pegan Lane. I have 3 boys in DS. I would like to strongly recommend the school committee to get our kids back to school. I think the experience since May in Europe and the UK has been that kids can safely go back to school. We have a low positivity rate here in the entire state of Mass. So concern about different towns is not really a concern across the state. So I think with this in mind, this has been done safely in Europe, it's been done safely in the UK, we should be doing it safely in DS, get our kids back into the classroom where it's the much better and richer learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Do we have Megan Walls available? Megan Walls? Okay, we're going to go to Steph Harrison. Are you available?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I just wanted to thank everybody, Dr. Keogh, the committees, and the board members for this very difficult decision that's in front of you. And I know that there are groups of children who have greater needs for in-person learning than others. And in my particular case, I'm focused on the youngest learners, many of whom cannot read, and makes remote learning very, very difficult. And I just wanted to say that I am in support of creative approaches for young learners or learners who have greater need of in-person learning. Examples that I've heard of are that non-reading grades return in full. Another example is a stepped approach with the youngest learners coming back first and sort of incrementally adding grades older and older, just so that you can really assess the in-person needs of the youngest learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Alexi Boudreau. Alexi Boudreau, are you there?
Hi, yes, thank you very much. I want to appreciate all the members of the committee for their time and effort, and all our teachers as they try to think creatively about what's happening next. I'm a primary care pediatrician. I had the MGH primary care practices and was in charge of setting up all of our ambulatory response to COVID for pediatric patients. I want to echo what the Beavers said. This is going to be a long-term problem. We need to think very creatively and recognize that our first trial can't be our last, and I'm hoping that we take an iterative process to this. I also agree that right now is a safe time to consider trying sometime hybrid so that our children can learn how to reintegrate after being home for such a long time. Many of them are anxious, and many of them need to be taught how to, again, be reintroduced into the classroom environment, as well as being prepared for coming out of it at some point, which is surely most likely to happen. The next comment I want to say, for this to happen, we need to respond as a community and be responsible about what priorities we want to take. Is it to try and keep community spread low and hence and allow children to go back to school, or are we going to be taking risks unnecessary and gathering in large crowds without following state and DPH guidelines? And I really think that as a community, we need to think about how we're going to respond. The other last comment I wanted to make was about really being creative, whichever model we choose, and recognizing that children have different developmental stages, and those need to be tended, whether they're at home or in hybrid. And they may also have different health needs, which may require them to stay at home longer rather than being in class, or to be in class longer. And for each of those, a tailored response is very would be very much appreciated. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Boudreau. We have 3 more comments. And so I think, have we got to the end of the half hour?
Hang on. Nope.
Okay.
We have 2 more minutes.
Okay. So we have 3 more comments. So we're going to take Sophie Su, I believe, Yining Si, and Honglei Chen in that order. Sophie?
Okay, hi, this is Sophie Su. I want to echo everybody's gratitude towards the committee member and the staff member, to make such a hard decision, such a hard time. And I just want to raise 2 comments. I think I want to echo, sorry, I forgot the name of the teacher, but when you guys make decisions, I think our towns, very low, our 2 towns are very low rate, but really we should think about all the teachers coming from different towns and from other the cities. Considering when we consider a rate, I think we should definitely consider the whole entire our regions, right? And the second point is definitely as a parent, and my kids are older, in middle school and high school, I think they are okay to learn, but I think they definitely miss that social connections with their friends and with teachers. I think that's essentially important to their development. So I definitely, as a parent, I want them to go back to school, but safety is definitely on everybody's mind. And so I just want to, Dr. Beavers and saying indicated, this is going to be a long-term thing. It's not going to go away. Probably when the vaccine came out, and then we'll be in a better, in a different position. But before that comes out, I think we as a community, we should be prepared like a backup plan. What if there are some cases? So what are we going to respond? What if there's an outbreak? Do we have a backup plan? I really, even if we go online learning, I really hope we can have a more regular routine schedule, a class schedule, not random room meetings. I think that's very hard for the kids and for the parents. So I think those are my 2 comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sao. Yining Si?
Hi. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to everybody working so hard to get a strategy right for the school district. Secondly, I'd like to make a comment regarding the curriculum and the kids' needs in terms of both learning and socializing with their friends and in contact with their teachers. Please consider that. And then the third thing is about, no matter whether we're hybrid model or remote, the curriculum needs to be best made known to the parents in advance so we can help more effectively. It can be spring where the whole thing is kind of loose and we don't really know the expectations for how the kids, whether they need something or not. Hope for much solid curriculum. And for physical education, I also think if there's Zoom meetings, let the kids join and see each other jumping up and down, even with that, I think it would be much better to help them, social and motivate each other. I agree that this might be a long-term scenario that we have to deal with and have to be creative. Hopefully, we can get through this safely and also learn a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Could we hear from Honglei Chen and then Megan Walls, and then we're going to wrap up comment.
Yes, hi, this is Honglei from Meadowbrook Road in Sherborn. I think a lot have been said, so thank you very much for coming up with this proposal. And I understand a lot of concern and considerations goes into the decisions. I think most parents have said that we would like to see more time for the kids in the school and to get social. And also I would comment that if that's possible for the community to consider that don't have a one-size-fits-all for all the students in different grade levels. I have an incoming kindergarten, and for those just started kindergarten, they have no idea what a school like, and it's gonna be very difficult for them to learn in 2 days and 3 days off, and they think this is a vacation rather than just a school. So I understand it's very difficult, but I really think that, like Dr. Bever said, this is really a good time for us. If we think this is a long-term battle, then this actually is just the beginning. And wonder if that's possible to consider for the elementary school, especially non-reading kids, that to have a different kind of model than others. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. And then lastly, is Megan Walls available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for this discussion. My children were cheering when they heard our superintendent's comments. I just wanted to say I'm a mother of an incoming kindergartner, first grader, and third grader. And as we're considering this hybrid model, I would just like to push for the consideration of printed material for parents who are going to be educating from home. It makes me almost pull out my hair to try to have 3 children, 2 of whom are learning how to write for the first time and doing that all online. So if there's a way with a hybrid model, we can have actual printed material, whether it's mailed to us or we pick it up, that would be so helpful. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walls. I think that our community comment members are wrapped up. So Brooke, I think it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Maggie, for leading us through that so seamlessly. I really appreciate it. Okay, so now we are going, oh, and thank you for all the comments. Very well thought out and helpful. So we're going to do this a little bit differently. We're going to allow the elementary committee members of the DSC and the SSC some time to deliberate, and then we will move to the region. And you have your time because the issues vary so much over the grade levels. So I'm going to open it up to elementary committee members, but I do want to say personally that I think being able to educate Chickering students who opt to be all remote and have them with a Chickering teacher and a cohort that they could potentially even meet up outside or build those connections is really huge. So I wanted to thank everyone who was part of making that happen. That is incredibly important and gives our families, good opportunities, whether they want to be in school or be remote, and also allows some of our teachers who, for medical reasons, maybe couldn't come into school to have a cohort of kids. So I just want to say thank you so much for doing that. That was a huge leap from the last time we talked. So now we're going to deliberate the elementary, and I don't know what pages you all are on.
I can see them all if you want. You have a hand up with Sarah Dunn, Sarah Gutierrez.
That would be brilliant. Thank you so much, Maggie. Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you. And if I may begin just with a couple questions directed to our health experts, which I think that, we all agree that safety is paramount no matter what approach we choose. And so I do have some questions that I'd like to pose to our health experts. And then I have a couple questions about the hybrid model and sort of the educational ramifications. We have all watched with great concern as the number of infections in our country have skyrocketed in recent weeks. And I very much appreciate the comments that have been made by our local public health experts and by the physicians that are convened on this call. I do think it's important that we consider where we are locally in Massachusetts, more particularly in Dover and Sherborn, and obviously the communities from which our teachers are drawn from as well. I would like to hear, if we could, with some more specificity on the specific metrics and thresholds that we need to monitor as we anticipate reopening schools, and what those metrics would be if we are faced with a decision of needing to shift plans.
Sure, I'm happy to take a stab at that. And so I think first, to speak to the concerns that were raised about our children from Boston, I think the great news is actually Boston is a pretty comparable rate. So I actually ran that data today, and they're typically about 3 to 5 cases per 100,000 at this point in the pandemic. Earlier on, they were much, much higher. The current outbreaks are primarily affecting the North Shore currently, and that can certainly change with time, but in terms of having concerns that there's a disproportionate impact, that's definitely not based on what we're seeing in terms of the public health data. I think that in terms of where the teachers are coming from, it's hard to know and kind of define a specific metric of what disease parameters are there, since any individual teacher certainly should be pre-screening and staying home if symptomatic, and adults are much less likely to be asymptomatic. So I think it reinforces that importance more so than the prevalence in their home community. In terms of thinking about the data, the kind of balance measures we'd want to look at, I think you want to think about a couple of pieces. I think one piece is looking at what is your local town's case rate. There are different things that can change that. So as we saw in Dover and Sherborn, we had a distinct uptick in testing. And so the case positivity rate, I think, is helpful as well, although that's more helpful as you have more people being tested. If you say that, you know, most of the time when our towns have changed, it's 1 or 2 cases in a week. And so that's going to be pretty noisy data. So looking at the state level to assess testing environment in general, I think is helpful. But this data set is that we want to see a test positivity rate of less than 5%. To put that in context, that means that if you tested 20 people, 19 of them would not have COVID, 1 of them would have COVID. If you look at our current rate, it's about 1.7%. It was up to 2.2% last week. So we've kind of been at 15% in the spring, came down to 1.7, then went up to 2.2, and are now back down. So again, right now, if we test 50 people, 49 of them don't have COVID and 1 of them does have COVID. And I think in terms of the sort of population level data, what that tells us is that while testing is slow, and that's a source of frustration currently, it's catching the cases that are in the community, and we're not undersampling to identify the cases that we see. So it's not an artificially suppressed case count. The kind of rate per 100,000 people, I think, is another reasonable measure. Again, we talked about Boston, but for the state of Massachusetts, it's 5.4. So again, I think that in general, we can say in the state as a whole, it's generally well controlled, though there certainly may be communities that are disproportionately affected. I think that there's a separate question, which was raised in one of the parent comments, which is, if we have a pattern of local outbreak, that trumps community prevalence standards. So if we say that, you know, there are 3 kids in my kid's class who all end up with COVID, that is a completely different response than if over 2 weeks there's Dover Sherborn has 3 cases of COVID. And so the community health measures help tell us, is this reasonable? Each and every day we have somebody going in to look at the data to say, do we have new cases that are flagging positive? And I think that's part of the protocols to ask families to communicate when tests are pending and when kids are symptomatic. So in some ways I look at this as opening the schools as these measures. If we need to close the schools, it's much more likely to be related to a pattern of outbreak or exposure and needing to kind of hit pause while that settles out, rather than having dramatic changes in where our community's at. That's a long-winded answer, Kay. I don't know if you have anything you'd add to it.
I don't know if Dr. Peterson does want to weigh in, but I'll see.
Sorry, I was muted. I would agree completely with what Matt said. The other thing I would add is that we may see new metrics emerge with time, and something that I've read a little bit about that actually is being measured in Boston is the amount of viral, viral material that's being detected in sewage treatment plants. And we can stay tuned for that. It's very interesting data in Boston. Obviously, it's not going to tell us anything about Dover and Sherborn, but it'll tell us something about the region.
Brooke, you have hands up from Megan, Amanda, and Mark.
Okay.
Might I just plow forward with a couple other things?
Oh, I apologize. Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So just to put a finer point on it, I gather from the Board of Health's perspective, weighing the totality of the circumstances, the current statistics in Massachusetts, in Boston, in our communities in Dover and Sherborn, that it is your view is that there is no sort of metric-based obstruction in our way to moving forward with the plan that's been recommended.
So what I would say is my board hasn't voted on it. So what I can say is I can express my own opinion as a representative of that board to the district's efforts. I don't see any barriers that leave me concerned now. I think one of the things I would say for all of COVID is that our ability to highly reliably prognosticate 6 weeks from now is impossible. And so I think that we know what we know today, but we also have to be prepared to say that could change. So where we are now, I don't see anything from those metrics that makes me feel like this is an unwise consideration.
So a further sort of science question, and you introed the topic quite well, which is that, there is a lot of information that has been very rapidly changing, at least, from my perspective as a bystander in all of this. And I have been treating it as a sort of bedrock assumption all along, as we've been engaged in these discussions about reopening, that based on everything we know so far, young children, while not immune to COVID-19, do appear to be less susceptible to infection, and if infected, less likely to transmit and less likely to suffer severe effects. There have been some studies and reports that have come out as recently as the last week, such as a study reported in the Journal of American Medical Association of Pediatrics last week concerning nasal swab testing that revealed high viral loads in children. And as recently as yesterday, the American Academy of Pediatrics published a report citing a 90% increase in the number of COVID-19 cases among children in the United States. So just to make sure that we are considering these threshold questions, I wonder if you can translate for those of us who are not in the medical community, how safe do we feel in our assumptions about young children and their susceptibility and transmissibility of COVID? And what, if any, impact should some of this emerging data have on our consideration?
So I totally, in the DS tradition, want extra credit because I sent backup slides to Andrew because I thought these questions may come up. Andrew, can you just pull up that deck for a second?
Bonus points for sure, Matt.
Excellent.
Can I get bonus points too for asking?
Definitely. So can you just advance to slide 5, Andrew? Go back one. So I think, there's 3 slides in here. I think there are 3 different levels. And I think one of the things to make incredibly explicit is that there's lots of impacts of COVID that aren't measured. And I think that probably Dr. Beavers and I and Dr. Warsell have had the experience of people who had challenging outcomes and didn't die, but are forever changed. So I don't want to make light of that. But I think what this is this is a cut from today's or yesterday's daily dashboard that the state releases. And so this has 2 pieces of information. One is the total cases by age group bracketed by 10-year age brackets. So on the left, we see 0 to 19. On the right, we see the cumulative rate per 100,000. So what we've been talking about so far is the daily new case rate per 100,000. This is a cumulative impact. So what we see here is that children under the age of 19 are disproportionately underrepresented in the cases we've tested for and identified for COVID. Now, that may be because they're less likely to be infected. It may be because our strategies of testing early on didn't test kids because they're less likely to be symptomatic. I expect that as we have more asymptomatic testing, we will see more kids identified. So for example, any family that's gone to Maine, their kiddo was likely tested. And so I think we'll see more asymptomatic cases, and I think we will see some transmission in kids. I think what we see here is that the cases we've identified in our pandemic experience thus far clearly demonstrates that they're less likely to have hit a threshold of testing or illness. It doesn't necessarily mean that the prevalence is similarly suppressed. And Andrew, can you go to the next slide? So this is the rate of hospitalization by age group. So again, that's a measure. I think that is less likely to be underestimated due to testing, since if you're sick enough to be a hospitalized child, you are highly likely to have access to COVID testing. And so what we see again is that rate in 0 to 19 is markedly lower than in other demographics. Now, as we look on the left, I'm sure that that was terrifying for the families of those 122 children who are hospitalized and a difficult challenge to navigate. But it certainly supports an argument that the disease pattern we've seen in Massachusetts to date has been disproportionately underrepresented in children getting sick enough to be hospitalized. Andrew, if you know the next one. And so this is death by age group. And so this is one that we really hope stays forever 0 for our state. And so for this, we haven't seen any deaths in children under the age of 19. It doesn't mean that the first death won't be a tragedy, but it means that if you have to worry about grandma or kiddo, you need to worry about grandma in the data we've seen. I think this has been broadly seen in the studies to date, where the patterns of infection and the patterns of spread are meaningfully different in children than adults. I think there's ongoing scrutiny as to where does that transition happen? When does your teenager start acting more like a college student or a young man, for example? There have been a couple of studies that looked at this. So one was a widely communicated one looking at a study in South Korea and looking at the patterns of transmission there. But that identified is that children over the age, in the age bracket of 10 to 20 were more likely than the population average to have household contacts get COVID, but they actually were still about half as likely as the population average to have non-household contacts get COVID as a result of exposure. For children under the age of 10, they were about half as likely to infect either household contacts or non-household contacts. So that's one large study. I think that there's been other data looking at viral load. Viral load's really hard because it's sort of a proxy measure. What we really want to know is how likely is this kiddo to infect somebody else? So we infer that a high viral load makes you more likely to infect somebody, but that's not the pattern we observe when we look at big populations of people. And so I think that you have to take the ones that are the proxy measures with a little bit of a grain of salt. I think one of the things that we've said as the boards of health is that the thing that I worry about is that kids are much less likely to be symptomatic. And so I think that means that things like a universal masking strategy, which is one of the things that we would recommend or require, is prudent, because even if we have lower rates of transmission in the kindergartners and first graders, that may not be 0, and a masking strategy feels like the best way to make it safer. Again, a nice long-winded answer. I love the sound of my own voice. I'll pause there.
If I might shift focus a little bit, I thank you for that explanation, Dr. Vitale. I mean, I think that I'm still concerned that there's a lot that we don't know and a lot that we're still learning, but it sounds like based on the experience to date in Massachusetts, the assumptions hold true on kids.
But put another way, I would send my kiddo to school. And that's the best vote I can do in terms of my own personal preferences. But again, that's my personal and family's preference as opposed to the voice of my board.
From an educational perspective, if I might just pivot, and I want others to have plenty of time to get their questions in. But one of the concerns that has been raised, I think, by parents and teachers has to do with what instruction looks like in our new normal. So I think we can all agree that there's no substitute for in-person instruction under normal circumstances, but we are no longer in normal circumstances. And some have raised the concern that in this new normal, the value of in-person instruction may be diminished due to all of the safeguards that we must have in place. And so I wonder if our educators can comment on how you might address this concern and what opportunities remain for joy in person in school under our new normal.
Before we pass that over, if you don't mind, Sarah, none of us have done this. So I don't think any of our educators, with all due respect, could really comment other than to say that it's not going to feel the way it does because they like to, you know, comfort a crying kid or to stand near children. We all know, anyone who's been in education understands how important those things are, but I just wanted to make sure that I preface that. But I'm open to that option if you are, Brooke.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Is this where you would like me to jump in, or?
Well, I think you could, Beth, and if there's a teacher who would like to weigh in on their perspective on how it would impact teaching in their classroom, maybe one or two, because I don't think you necessarily want to spend the whole night on this particular one issue, but for sure.
Sure, and I think this is something that the Teaching and Learning Subcommittee has really grappled with is, you know, knowing especially at the elementary level that we spend a lot of our time in small groups in the workshop model and providing support and then reconfiguring kids based on their needs. Can we have small groups? We are awaiting guidance from DESE to see what additional configurations we can have, especially at the younger grade levels. In speaking with our health professionals, and, you know, I think Caden. I think we have to use what we know about physical distancing in that, you know, being within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes puts us at risk. But of course, if there's a crying child, we can certainly comfort them. We don't want anyone to be out of control or out of sorts. You saw the pictures of the chairs that can be still between 3 and 6 feet apart, still working in small groups, having book discussions, sharing ideas. I think those are all possibilities. And in terms of joy, I mean, we're absolutely going to use the outdoor spaces to the maximum extent possible, especially as we move into the fall. And again, as Dr. Vitale said, we don't know what 6 weeks looks from now. But speaking from the perspective of a mother, I know even that the few times that my children have seen friends, you know, at the park or riding bikes, small interactions with them goes and it fills them for days. And so again, we're adjusting to a new normal, but I think any sort of interaction that they can have with peers, with an adult that they have not yet met before, that they're going to be working with throughout the year would be an added bonus. And I welcome any of our building leaders or our teachers to chime in as well.
I'll say something if that's, Beth, can I speak? So I'm in 8th grade, I teach 2nd grade at Chickering, and I just think that as like Andrew said, you know, this is uncharted water for all of us, but you just have to trust us, you know what I mean? We're professionals, and I don't want anybody to think because teachers were not up for the hybrid, or, you know, we wanted to go full remote, that we're not gonna go in and be the joyful, wonderful, creative souls that we've always been. I think that, you know, we're gonna find ways to connect with kids, even when they're sitting 5 feet apart with a mask on. We're just gonna make it work. And, you know, as much as I think I could do that remotely, I know I can do it with a mask on too. So I don't have any lesson plan that I can tell you what I'm gonna do. I don't know how I'm gonna use math manipulatives. But I do know we have technology. I do know that we're all amazing professionals, and I know we'll do our job. So I don't know how else I can answer
Mrs. Grady, your word means a lot to me.
Brooke, you also have Anita Lottie prepared to make a comment as well.
Okay, I can't see her, so.
Hi, sorry, you guys. Sorry. I just want to follow up with what Renee said. I really want, I mean, all of us teachers really take pride in what we do. We love our jobs. And it's not necessarily the fear of the COVID that's driving us. I think for a lot of us, it's the fear of the restrictions and the unknown. So as we all know, the small groups are really important, especially at the high school. We're looking at 80 to 90-minute blocks. And so having the ability to break them up and to do activities is going to be critical. And so what we don't know is how we can do that right now. Are we allowed to? What are the things that we can and can't do? So not knowing that, I think, is what's driving a lot of our anxiety. So just want to make that point.
Thank you. That's interesting. Hopefully, as we learn more and think creatively how we can do that, Anita and others. I don't know, Nancy, did you want to say something? Do you? Okay.
Hi.
Go ahead, and then we'll move on. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll be quick. Nancy Powers, Chickering School, kindergarten. And again, I echo what the other teachers have just said. I guess my feeling is that with all of the reporting that I keep hearing from everybody here, personally, with the youngest of them all and the preschool, personally, this is my opinion, I'm not speaking for all teachers, but to be back at school and to be outside. And one thing I haven't really heard much about is spreading out throughout our community and making our grade level smaller so that we can be together more than just the 2 days. For instance, if the younger grades are, and I know we've already talked models, so I know we're not doing that, but you know, it's just the idea of if we have a short window before we're going to be all remote at some point again, presumably, it does make sense to see how we can spread everybody out and get them in as much as we can before we can't.
Brooke?
Yep, go ahead.
Do you mind if I respond to that? Because I think it's a really, really important point, and it's on a lot of people's minds. So thank you for that, Nancy.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's actually really why I just want to emphasize that this is an ongoing process. And some folks have said, well, why don't we start remote and then go to hybrid? I really believe that we should start hybrid and hopefully go to in-person. And I'm not necessarily on board with going in-person K through 12, but I do think that part of this process, which will be a lot more work for me, frankly, will be to revisit this and see where we are at that 4-week mark in the school year. And I'm hoping that the numbers will hold close to true and that, in fact, we can, at least for our youngest kids, give that a try. And, you know, I'm open to suggestions on that. I just think that that's enough of a window that would make people feel comfortable that we've actually, you know, monitored this for a few weeks in a row, like 4 weeks as opposed to 1 or 2, and we have a better sense of security around it. I think we all fear that, you know, when cold and flu season arrives, you know, the other shoe's going to drop. We just don't know that to be true, unfortunately. But I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but I just think that that's a really important point, and that's why I want to reemphasize that that is part of the plan for this model, is to revisit this and using the metric that the state put out today. This is kind of the nature of this ever-changing thing. Today, the governor shared the thing. You can see it on, well, he talked about it when he showed the map where the levels were, and you might have seen that on the news today. We are supposed to get a formal written set of a metric to follow for returning or going back out. So that was welcome news to most superintendents, but thank you for sharing that, Nancy.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our teachers. It's great to see you there. We have Megan, Amanda, Mark, and Colleen on deck. So Megan, if you want to go first. You're muted. Unmute.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. First, just a quick comment that I fully support revisiting whatever decision is made 4 weeks from now. I think that's going to be really important to do as we see how whichever model we move forward with is playing out and what our opportunities are to shift things to improve for our students and our other community members. So I think that's great to hear. The second, so 2 other things I wanted to ask about. The first is, could someone talk a little bit about what the model looks like on Wednesday at the elementary level? I've seen in the middle school level that the Wednesday schedule looks a little bit different than it does on the other days, and I'm curious to know how the week looks at the elementary level specifically.
Beth, do you mind speaking to that as the leader of the Teaching and Learning Committee?
I'm happy to do that. So on Wednesdays in general at the elementary level, we are thinking of kicking off the day as we would any other day, which is a morning meeting for students within their classrooms and their assigned teachers. There can then be a special block where we take advantage of our specialists, our elective teachers, music, art, PE, who have done amazing work as we saw in the spring, and we want to make sure that students are accessing those important outlets and skills. There is an opportunity for students to get pulled in small groups, and as we've learned from the spring, small group work is really effective at all grade levels, particularly at the elementary level when we're trying to assess students and understand their needs and provide instructional guidance. And then there will be some work assigned, lunchtime and shortly thereafter for students to do independently, as there will be on most remote days as well. And then that will give teachers an opportunity to attend their faculty meetings, to do their grade level team planning meetings, which we also know are very important because as they are totally revamping their curriculum, this has given them an opportunity to collaborate and create plans together and really get in sync with the opportunities and the instruction they're providing kids. So that time for teachers is really important, and we want to make sure that we make that available to them. And then both Pine Hill and Chickering are offering their all-school meetings and virtual assemblies on Wednesday afternoons as kind of a culmination of the Wednesday day for everybody to come back together after they've had some time to do some independent work as students and some collaborating as adults. Does that help?
It does, thank you. So I was curious to know how much structure that day was going to have. So that definitely helps. Mm-hmm. And my second question is, I know there's been a lot of discussion about temperatures and how we can utilize the building appropriately at Pine Hill to ensure people are, in comfortable temperatures and how we can manage the airflow there. And I wondered if someone could give an update on that.
So are you talking about temperatures within the building?
I'm talking temperatures within the building and also just ensuring the quality of air and the airflow in the building. I know those have been, just since it's the only school without AC, I thought it might be worthwhile just to provide an update about what the discussion's been around that most recently.
Perfect. So obviously the fact that Pine Hill School does not have air conditioning, as a savvy superintendent, I would try and make this an opportunity to get some air conditioning for Pine Hill School. But I'm not really convinced that that is really what our issue is, as much as it is airflow and ventilation. And Dawn Vittori, our business administrator, has been running that facilities subcommittee and can probably speak more intelligently to the work that's been done in that regard, but it's a high priority for us. And I will just say this, that for sure, under this hybrid model, we're only going to have half of our populations in a building at any given time. And I think in that hot spell, maybe 2 years ago, really unbearable heat, similar to what we're experiencing actually this week. I think part of the problem was there was really no place for anyone to go. And some of the parts of the building were a little cooler than others. I think this will provide us with more flexibility in that regard, Megan, but maybe Dawn could speak a little more towards the HVAC and filtration, et cetera.
Right, so we've been doing a lot of preventive maintenance at all of our buildings, but also at Pine Hill. So we're working to make sure we know what areas actually are warmer and steer away from those on those hot days. And like Andrew said, the beauty of only having half the classes in at a time gives us ample space to spread kids out. And we're looking at putting some of the backwards fans in to draw the hot air out of the classrooms. If you know, Pine Hill actually has really good airflow because of the way the windows, the wide windows and the doorways. So we'll be looking to just bring in that natural air too. I think air movement in the heat is something that we know makes everyone more comfortable. And we feel comfortable with the air quality, with how we can exchange the air. But we're continuing to work with our HVAC vendor to see if there's anything else that we can do to enhance that. But those are all ongoing discussions right now, but we feel that we can use the spaces in that building, and we do have some spaces that are air conditioned that we can provide adequate temperature regulated rooms for the students and staff.
Great, thank you.
Is that it, Megan?
Yep, that was it for me.
Thank you so much. Amanda, you're up next, and then Mark, and then Colleen. I don't know where you've gone.
Hi, I'm here, Brooke. Brooke, before I start, can I just ask you a procedural question?
Yes.
So I know we're deliberating as elementary school committees first. Will we wait to vote until the end? Because I feel like there's some common concerns
Exactly, yeah.
that we're going to want to address.
Yeah, my intention was that we would wait until the end because certainly some things that come out of the region could, be applicable to us as well.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah? Is that it? Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you. So before I ask,
Probably a couple hundred.
Can I? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
sorry, before I ask my questions, some of which have already been raised, which is terrific, I just want to make a statement of disclosure. So I'm just going to read this. So I'm here tonight as a Sherborn parent of 3 school-age children, 2nd grader, 4th grader, and 7th grader. I'm also a high school English teacher and a school committee member in Sherborn. In the interest of full
So
disclosure,
I think did your coach say anything? Exactly.
In the interest of
Sorry, I'm trying to get everyone as fast as I can.
That's okay. I want to mention that I'm also a member of the Wellesley Educators Association, which is an affiliate of the MTA and NEA, both of whom have opined publicly on school reopening. In weighing the decisions before us tonight, though, I want to make it clear before I start that I'm here to represent and serve our communities, students, teachers, staff, and families of Sherborn, Dover, and Boston, not my unions or my own interests as a teacher or parent. That said, both of these roles do give me insight into the complexities of school reopening as a teacher and a parent. So that said, I wanted to also kind of echo Megan's question about Pine Hill. So Pine Hill educators have raised a number of health and safety questions, and I'm just wondering, I don't feel like they don't feel, I should say, that all of them have been addressed. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about health and safety, specifically at Pine Hill, where those educators would be working.
I'm going to have to ask Amanda for you to be a little more specific about the health and safety concerns. Like, with regard to what, ventilation, or with regard to health and safety in general, or?
Ventilation, air quality, temperatures, which you referred to earlier, and how those contribute to risk.
So I can't give this the answer that Matt or Kay could give, but from everything that I've learned in this process, and it has been a learning journey, I have to tell you, that the real concern is about air movement and not staying in spaces with stagnant air. And I don't think Pine Hill suffers so much from stagnant air. It's an older building with a flat black roof and nothing else on it. And so it does retain some heat. And so it feels warmer, but it's not, I don't believe, ever suffered from a lack of air movement. But just to amplify the windows that work very well and the ventilation system that has been checked by our HVAC people and works well, it still doesn't give it AC. But just to amplify those efforts, we're talking about putting in fans that will suck the air out as well. So I've heard Matt say and Kay say that the real issue is not wanting to be in spaces where the air doesn't move at all for longer than 15 minutes at a time. What we're really concerned about is the droplets that come out of people's mouths. And that's why the 6-foot span is, because the expectation is that those droplets hit the floor just through gravity at some point. There's been plenty of debate and speculation around aerosols and whether or not aerosols, which would be more like the mist that comes out of your humidifier in the winter, might be more of a concern. But I haven't seen enough evidence to prove that aerosols are as big an issue as people are speculating on. This is, again, it's out of my domain, so maybe Matt or Kay could kind of respond from a medical vantage point on their concerns in that way. But I just want to assure people that, you know, all of our buildings meet the expectations in terms of ventilation, windows, and where we have spaces that do not have windows, we are going to opt to not use those spaces wherever we can. And again, as I said in my presentation, we still have plenty of work to do, but we believe we can do that. We also know that we will have some tents and people can get outside in that way. Obviously, in good weather, we will get outside every chance we get. But you know, some of these things I can't give concrete answers to, and I think that makes people uncomfortable, understandably. Did you want to add anything to that, Matt or Don?
Yep. So what I would say is I think that your sort of review of what Kay and I have communicated before is accurate. I think that, you know, again, I feel like I'll get bonus points if I use abundance of caution or layered strategy, but I think that there's no one thing that's going to make our school safe. So I think masking to control whatever comes out of our collective mouths is the first and most important thing. I think that's our sort of principal defense in really reducing the risk in the kids in particular because of the lower rate of symptoms. I think symptom screening is another important strategy, as is distancing. I think as we get to the next phase is where the question of ventilation and air turnover is. I think that, you know, again, I know that Andrew loves a good snow day. I would say we may have hot days where we say if it's 95 degrees and we've got kiddos in mass that we need to say, you know, this might not be something that we've made different choices for before, but that might be part of the work we need to do in the time between now and when school starts. But it's not climate control. It really is air circulation and air exchange. And I think in some ways, having windows makes it easier because it makes it easier to naturally exchange air. I think that the performance of the air conditioning, I would leave to Don's Don's piece, just because that's not my piece of the puzzle. But I don't think that the absence of air conditioning provides an added risk. And I think that especially if you're using ventilated classrooms with outside air via fans, that's another reasonable strategy in general as part of a multi-layered approach.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm never really occurred to me that we would have a heat day, but being so frugal with my snow days, but actually that's a really good point. I will say that that's actually crossed my mind in truth. And just 2 weeks, in my opinion, based on what I've seen through the years, makes all the difference in the world. And we will be starting, or at least I'm going to propose based on the commissioner's recommendation around professional development. I'm going to recommend later that we start essentially 2 weeks later than usual. But I will talk about that further with the school committees. But that may make all the difference in the world. It's the change in temperatures happens pretty suddenly, I've noticed, and it's usually that first 2 weeks back. This is why, frankly, when they debate air conditioning for schools that don't have it, such as Pine Hill, people will say, and they've done the research, they'll say, it's that first 2 weeks at the beginning of the school year and that last 2 weeks at the end where things are going to be really challenging. And I think Matt is right. If we hit a heat streak, like a heat wave like we're dealing with now, we may have to rethink the practicality of being in school with masks.
Thank you. Could part of our process be that we bring in an independent HVAC contractor to review the air quality and the airflow in the building?
So just as it happens to be, we actually have a new HVAC contractor at Pine Hill this year. We're trying out a new one in the district. So we actually do have sort of an independent viewpoint, and they have been in to do their preventative maintenance work already. And I'll be meeting with them sometime next week to see if they have any other recommendations for us. But just to clarify a few things, at Pine Hill, you have classrooms that have the univents, which have direct air, fresh air coming from the outside through the univents in the classroom. And then we have the air handlers that take care of some of the larger spaces. And as we noted in our report, we're using air filters that are above the CDC recommendations. So we're using the MERV 14 on our secondary air filters versus the 13. So we've changed all those filters. They've been all changed out, and all the systems have been inspected. So I will let the committee know if there's any recommendations that our new vendor has for us, but it just so happens that you actually have a fresh look in Pine Hill this year because we did change HVAC contractors at July.
Okay, thank you. So all of these questions kind of fall under the health and safety domain. I feel like I'm holding two things as I'm thinking about this decision. One, the sort of top priority is health and safety. The second one is equity. So I have some questions to do with that also. But I think, Matt, this might be a question for you. So you spoke a little bit about the asymptomatic carriers and the importance of masking for them. So I'm thinking in the graphs you showed that the children are, relatively unaffected. But the sort of bars that were higher in other age groups, I feel like a lot of our faculty fits into those groups, as do a lot of our children's families and extended families. So I'm thinking that that we have these great health protocols in place that, I trust that our community is going to do what they need to do to help keep everyone safe. And we know that kids tend to be more asymptomatic and carry the virus and pass it on. So I'm just wondering how you think about that risk with kids being in buildings with older adults and going home to families with older adults.
So I would say, I think, as we sort of look at some of the emerging data, and I think that the point that Sarah raised earlier of there's nobody who has a year of experience with COVID. So I think that I can tell you what we know today, and we may know something different in the future. I think right now, one of the theories is that one of the reasons we see less transmission from kids is it may be that though there can be asymptomatic spread, that you may be less likely to spread when you are asymptomatic, just because you're not sneezing, you're not coughing, you're not kind of projecting your droplets into the world around you. And so I think that's one of the questions. When they've done the contact tracing studies, even as we identify kind of higher prevalence or inter-kid transmission, the rate of kid transmission to adults has been fairly consistently low, although I wouldn't say it's uniformly low. So kids in COVID in particular, as opposed to other respiratory viruses that do not demonstrate this pattern, have been less likely to transmit to their parents, where I think those of us who are parents of young kids are familiar with the phenomenon of like the Pine Hill crowd came home and then we all got it. And I think that that phenomenon has been less observed in COVID, but it's what they expected. It's why they pushed closing schools at the front end, because the traditional respiratory virus pandemic responses close down schools because the data is that kids are a big vector, and that just is not carried through here. I don't think it's accurate to say that kids are never infected or that kids couldn't transmit it. I think they can be infected. I think they can transmit it, but I think it's less likely. I think the best way for us to manage that is to say, we need to all take precautions together. So the kiddos need to be masked. We may have kiddos who can't mask for various reasons, then we need to work on face shields. We need to have the faculty masked. I think that some of the outbreaks we've seen, I'm much more worried about when people just need a break from their mask and are just going to go talk to their friend. Anytime that you use the word, I was just going to, this is a sign that we're taking a risk, because we really have to stay vigilant about how we do this. So I would say from my standpoint, I think we can't make the risk zero. I think the risk is lower for kids at younger ages than it is for adults or young adults. But for me, that's not a giant game changer of, oh my gosh, we're totally fine. The kids can just be in a giant heap and then run around and play tag and wrestle and do all that. Like, we still are going to have to teach them a new normal. But at the same time, I remember how long it took my kids to wear shoes. And so I feel like if we could do that, like, masks are going to be easier and less.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, that's helpful. So another question I have is, so the masks are important, the 6 feet are important. I'm thinking about lunch, which is a situation where no one would be wearing masks. Hopefully they would be at a distance. But I'm still sort of puzzled about how there seem to be different metrics for businesses and schools. And I actually asked this question on a call with the commissioner this afternoon about why there are different metrics, and the answer was they're different. The answer was the governor's rules don't apply to schools. But there are these clear rules about don't have more than 25 people in an indoor space, don't have indoor dining, and yet that's what we're doing in school. So I'm just wondering if you might speak to that as well.
So I would say, I think that we sort of, on our health and hygiene call, kind of came up with our punch list today of these are the things that once we know what the broad outlines look like, these are the next things that we think we need to really think about. So for us on our punch list, we had things like passing times, meal times, lots of other pieces that will totally depend on, is Pine Hill a school of 300 kids, or is it 150 kids, or is it 40 kids? Those are totally different things that we need to figure out and sort of need to look to you guys to arrive at the model to figure out those next steps of how many students are there, what are the strategies we can use. So what I would say is, I don't think there's an absolute number that like 26 is dangerous and 24 is safe. I think that for us, we need to really say, especially when masks are off, we need to have the best possible ventilation strategy so that we're doing everything to exchange that air. And we need to have strategies to really reduce that risk, because even if we hit the number that we're like, this is the okay number, like they're not wearing masks, like what can we do to make it safer? Whether we've met the threshold or not, I think is our job. So my 2 cents would be, as we think about what those strategies look like, thinking about how can we maximize ventilation? Is there a role in those circumstances for additional HEPA filter, air filters, or outdoor seating, or other strategies? That's not the work we've done on our committee, partly because there's so much work we needed to do to get up to today. But as we look at our list of what needs to happen in the next 6 weeks, if we're going forward to having students back in our halls, that's definitely one of the things we talked about.
Thank you.
If I could add to that, Brooke, do you mind?
No, go ahead.
I totally agree, Matt, and I think it's so important that that people realize that this isn't the end of the line. So we don't just decide tonight what we're going to do and then that's the end of it. Regardless of the decision that the 3 school committees make, there's still a ton of work to be done. If we were to vote remote, I'm still going to be advocating and trying to prove that we can be in person. If we vote to go into the hybrid model, I am going to do everything that I can as the person in charge of the system to make sure that it's safe. That is the #1 priority of any superintendent worth their salt, and that's my #1 priority. I want to make sure it's safe for the kids, and so to that end, can we spread kids out? Can we, right now we have currently some kids eating in the auditorium, for example, at Pine Hill School, because it works for them in terms of their social emotional well-being. That's a very big space. We could put more kids in that space. We could spread kids potentially into the gym. We could make use of our tent. We could, on nice days, we could just make use of the grass outside. So I think, we are going to have to be nimble. We're going to have to be nimble in every single school, and we really can't afford to be rigid in our practices. So we do need to be rigid in some ways, right? We need to be rigid in that we have to expect everyone to wear their masks, period, end of story, and that has to be a hard and fast rule. That's a safety issue. But we also need to be flexible in saying, well, just because we've always eaten lunch in the cafeteria at this time doesn't mean we can't get out of the box and try a little bit of a different angle. And I think that's why I'm thankful that we have this time still remaining to work through some of those kinks. And the reopening task force's work is really only half done after tonight.
Thank you. One other health and safety concern I have is sort of not so much about health and safety, but more about the time in the classroom. So I would love any in-person time to be about joy and relationships and connections and socialization. And for our youngest learners, really about play and just prioritizing that when they're able to be with other people. my concern is that there are a lot of protocols around hand washing and bathrooms and masks and even thinking about looking at the pictures of the classroom where the desks are spaced, but what happens when someone needs to go to the bathroom and has to get up and be closer to people? So I just worry that the focus of those early days would be about that rather than the sort of joy of learning in an in-person environment. And I know our educators would rise to it and make it magical because that's what they do. We have phenomenal teachers. But I feel like it also puts them at risk. And so that's just a concern I wanted to share. I'll just ask one more question, and it's around equity. So I love that we're now working on an in-house remote learning model because as many community members have written to us, it really is about We Are DS. It's about sort of being together as a community. And there are some students who for health reasons cannot be in school no matter what the model is. And we want to make sure that they're receiving an equal education and that they're part of our community, that they're included. So I love that that's become a priority. To that end, a question about what those children will be able to do. Will they be able to participate in extracurriculars, performing arts, sports, in whatever form those take? And I guess the same question, for parents who might be considering homeschooling is if parents choose to homeschool their children, will their children be able to be involved in the sort of community in that way? And I think that applies to all levels.
Great question. Beth, do you mind answering that for us?
No, so long as, extracurriculars are open and available based on guidelines, students who are remote or homeschool will have access to them so long it's a healthy decision for them. As always, our homeschool students have access. Our 504 students and our students who are in out-of-district placements always have access to sports and extracurriculars, so that will continue to be the case for all of our kiddos. And I think the difficult situation for our students who are home because of health restrictions is, will those health restrictions also get in the way of them playing soccer and then playing basketball? And those are family decisions that we have to be made, and difficult parent to child conversations. But we as a school district will open up those opportunities to children so long as they're safe for all of our kids to engage in.
Thank you. Okay, I have more questions, but I'm going to let someone else have the floor.
Okay, let me let Mark slide in and then Colleen, but I will make a note of that, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And similar to Amanda, I want to briefly share a disclosure statement that I am a science teacher and department chair in Needham at the middle schools. So I'm a member of the Needham Education Association and the MTA. But similar to what Amanda had shared, I think of that as added value, and it's helped me, in addition to being a parent of 3 children who are in the Dover-Sherborn district and the teaching experience, I could very much appreciate the full range of wonderful emails I received in the past few weeks from teachers and parents who are either, concerned about going into the school for very good reasons or concerned about not being able to get into the school for equally good reasons. It's a complicated issue, but I'm inspired and humbled by the investment made by everyone on this call and beyond. And I look forward to contributing now and through this year. So my questions are, for the most part, probably applicable to all schools, regardless of level. And I'd probably start with the building health and safety, if I can. I know we're talking about masks being essential, and I recognize that, and also surface cleaning being important. But in those 2 areas, I am hearing mixed messages. For example, that gaiters, a very popular type of face guard, are worse than nothing at all sometimes. And that cleaning a surface, spraying, for example, is not effective very much if you just wipe it off right away. In fact, you ought to leave the cleaner for 30 to 60 seconds. So some of those details that we hear, first, I don't know how accurate they are. Secondly, if they are accurate, can we be more specific with the approach we take with students and staff to ensure a safe workspace?
I can speak to the masks if that's helpful. So there's just a paper that came out that used an iPhone and respiratory droplets that came out of Duke, where they looked at I think 13 different models of masks. They found that gaiters are hot garbage and may actively be harmful. everything else was relatively equivalent, and N95 and surgical mask outperformed all the homemade masks. But even the homemade masks reduced the droplet spread by about 80% if worn by the wearer. There's been some general guidance that having multi-layered masks is better than having single-layered masks. So I think one of the tensions for us is, as a health and hygiene committee, is like, how directive can you be? As there are people who have really strong feelings about, I can't believe you're masking kids, and then we're like, it needs to be 3-ply high-grade cotton, preferably, North America. It gets tough. But I think we should say gaiters are not face covering based on at least this data. I think, again, it's proxy data because it's only showing us droplet count. It's not telling us, we randomized a bunch of kids to each kind of mask and here's how many people got infected. But certainly for what data we have, it tells us that most of the cotton masks are pretty equivalent and gaiters are not very good. I think in terms of the surface cleaning, that's the piece that I'm aware of, is that depending on what you clean with, it can be wildly variable. So like in the hospital setting, we have some things that can sit for 1 minute. We have some things that take 5 minutes, depending on what the chemical is, what the surface is, whether it's porous or non-porous. And so I don't know that there's a one size fits all rule for that, but would defer to others because I just wipe whatever's in the big.
I would say that that our hope is, Mark, that first of all, that our custodians will be very thorough, but more importantly, that our families will be practicing in the next 6 weeks with their children about things like, and I know this is a big ask of young kids, but putting their hands on their faces or their mouths or their noses. Though that's obviously where the spread is coming from, right? If somebody puts their fingers in their mouth and they rub it on a handrail on the way up the stairs, that's a potential problem. Hence the importance of our training our kids about hygiene. It's not just saying you need to wash your hands a lot, but explaining why you need to wash your hands a lot, getting at the root of it so that the kids truly understand why that's so important. I don't think it's enough to just hang signs around that say hand washing is important. The kids are bright enough to understand the concept, and I think we should, even the little kids, we should be spending a lot of time, and the parents should be spending a lot of time in this time that they have with them, teaching since they have so much practice teaching kids lately, teaching them the importance of that. I don't know if that did justice to your total question, Mark. Dawn, did you want to add to that?
Can I just add, yeah, so as this stuff is all happening like simultaneously, right? So there's a great training that all of our custodians are participating in next week that is provided to school districts and municipalities on COVID cleaning. And so it's ever evolving what we need to do. All the different cleaners that we're using, yes, there are different parameters around those. The electrostatic gun that I mentioned, you spray that and you have to let it sit. You don't spray and wipe. So there are very methodical cleaning processes that we will have to master and make sure we're using the right application in the right scenario, right? So that's what we're continuing to work on developing. I will say all the school districts statewide, or at least in our area, have been sharing our protocols so that we all can pick the best practices. But I'm really excited about the training that's going to happen because it'd be nice to hear it sort of from the experts as to how we're supposed to go about this. So know that your building staff in all 4 schools are participating in this training, and we'll reinforce what we learn on that next week.
I would just add one other thing to that, Mark, because I think you're onto something that's really important for us to remember, and this is why I referenced it a little bit in my presentation. The impact of social media and these news cycles is profound. I've never seen anything like it in all my years, how quickly the thinking can change by this study came out, or that study came out, or this happened in Georgia, or it happens so quickly that it makes it almost impossible to know what's right and how to sort that stuff out. And that's why I think the way that we've handled this as a district was the right way. One chunk at a time. We did chunk this as a system. We've chunked it, and now we need to continue moving with the issues at hand. But I don't want to proclaim for anyone that we know how to handle every single situation instantaneously. We have to do research just like everyone else. We have to have training just like everyone else, and there's plenty of work for us to continue doing.
Yeah, thank you so much. My next question is about staffing, because I know another important measure is if you're symptomatic, that you pre-screen and stay home. So that's the responsible thing, but it could leave a school short-staffed. In addition to just, any other needs that pop up, do we have a budget or plans for a building sub in each building, at least as a backup? I know we may need more than that, but do we have additional subs already on staff for this coming year?
We don't, because we don't even know if we're going to have students in our buildings until after tonight. So that's what I mean by hiring is a high priority, and it has to happen almost instantaneously. And that's we're not alone in that issue, by the way, and that's worrisome because every district is going to be looking at the same time. And I believe I mentioned this in one of the Zooms somewhere along the line, or school committee meetings, that parents were saying, how can we be helpful? Well, one way parents could be very helpful is to offer to be substitute teachers. That actually would be a huge help to us. That's one way we could beat others to the punch if our family members would step up for these roles. We also know that there are definitely college students around, my daughter being one of them. So because of the circumstances of their schools. So that's another untapped resource. But we want to get this decision made so we can get moving on it. In terms of, speaking to the substitute question. And would you add anything to that, Dawn? Because you are very much involved with that.
And Beth is too. We talked about Monday at our meeting. Once we do know how we're moving forward, we have asked the community if there's a way they want to participate. So we plan on sending out actually a link to our school spring substitute job listing to the community to see, if we can increase our pool with people that actually are living here in our community, because actually then that protects us even at another level, right, of bringing extra bodies in. So stay tuned for that if that is something that hopefully we'll be addressing.
And we did not, we have not, Mark, that I know of. Perhaps in one of the other subcommittees it's possible, but that, to my knowledge, we have not entertained the idea of building substitutes, but I definitely wouldn't rule that out if necessary in any way. I also, I think it's important to remember that, we're running split schools. We're still going to need all of our teachers and all of our staff, but when you're scrambling to find coverage in a school of 660, it's more difficult than to find coverage in a school of 330. So I just think that, this is evolving, but that's a great suggestion.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much. It sounds like a great idea to tap into the community. I appreciate it, and I'll give other people some airtime.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you so much, Mark. I have Colleen and then Leslie.
Thank you. I think we can all agree that online learning is now a part of our lives, no matter what model we end up going with. Parents are asking for a comprehensive online educational program that does not rely on the parents as homeschool teachers or require families to supplement with expensive tutors, which does create an issue of equity. Parents should have a clear sense of the role that they will be expected to play going forward. My question is, how will the online education experience be different for students and families this fall, and what role should parents expect to play? I'll have two other questions. Thank you.
I mean, this is thanks, Colleen. This is clearly within your wheelhouse, Beth, and it's something that I think you should take us back to what we've learned since March 13th of last year to date, and maybe walk people through how you anticipate it will be different.
Sure. So I think based on the lessons learned and research that we've done throughout the summer in professional development, we can anticipate that the day will be much more structured. And if you look at the appendices of Andrew's slideshow, you'll see sample schedules. And so therefore, throughout the day, an elementary child will have Zoom sessions at 10 to 15 minutes, because again, we know attention spans are small, but they will be interacting with an educator, most likely their classroom teacher or an educational assistant, or perhaps a special educator, an ELL teacher, providing a mini lesson and some demonstration, and then they'll have an opportunity to go and practice on their own. I think I said it at the last school committee meeting that the goal here is to provide opportunities for students that challenge them but don't frustrate them, so that they can work independently. And we know that that looks differently for different kids. So some of the professional development that our teachers are doing this summer is around universal design for learning and giving students options and different menus and being able to really differentiate the needs of kids. And you see that through some of the programs that come home, whether it's through Freckle or whether it's through EPIC, the reading program, that teachers are able to differentiate different books or different math problems for different kids. So long story short, I think you're going to see more interaction with teachers throughout the day, starting with a morning meeting every day, as well as an overview of what to expect for the day. There will be, obviously, we're going to try to go deeper into the curriculum. Last spring, the expectation from the commissioner was that we really focused on student social emotional learning and connectedness. So a lot of our time together was about making sure that students were connecting with their peers, were not in need of additional emotional supports, which we obviously will provide in any circumstance. Of course, social emotional wellness is number one on our list still, but I think you're going to see much more time spent both with the teacher and an independent work on the curriculum. Do I think that we're going to accomplish 100% of the curriculum we would in typical circumstances? No, but I know our teachers are also starting to think about kind of what's important and what's going to stick, and looking at project-based learning as an opportunity, looking at performance tasks where kids do something authentic to show that they've learned a certain skill. So I think that in itself is going to create more engagement for kids, in addition to the fact that we're going to be taking attendance, again, less so at the elementary level, but I know as you go up the grades, unfortunately, grades really do count as carrots at this point, and they're huge motivators for our kids, for good or for bad. And I think that's going to be an added change that's going to kind of increase the rigor and expectation of our learning environment. What other changes? I think that we need to solidify communication plans with families, both as teachers, as building leaders, as central office, so you kind of can expect when you'll hear from certain levels of educators instead of being inundated all, on a Sunday evening. What else can you expect? I'm losing my train of thought. I apologize. Sorry, I had a few other ideas. They'll come back to me.
That's, I think, the other thing I'm thinking was learning platforms.
What's that?
The learning platforms and the.
Thank you. So the learning platforms too, some of the work that we've done has been about consistency of expectations. We know that our youngest learners, K1 and 2, are still learning to read, so they can't necessarily log onto a platform and read directions. So our K1 and 2 teachers are going to be using Seesaw as their learning platform, which allows for them to send videos, send audio, send pictures to the kids. The kids can click, and we know they're digital natives on, here's my math assignment, click here. Here's my, reading assignment, click here. Take pictures of their work, upload it. So hopefully that'll give our youngest learners some independence. 3 through 12, they're going to be using Google Classroom as their platform, and there'll be consistency of expectations on how that's set up. And, we're going by the 3-click rule so that students can easily find their assignments, know where to click, know how to submit it. They can post questions for their teachers or classmates to answer throughout the day, so that if they have a quick question, somebody can get back to them on how to move forward. Social emotional learning and special education services, and thinking about interventions that our kids need. I know Kate and her team has really been thinking about how to catch students early and often who need support, and how to assign either individuals or teams of staff to address them and support them. That's what I have right now.
Thank you. It kind of leads me into my second question. Our youngest students, as well as non-traditional learners, are the least able to access the benefits of the technology that under this plan we'll be using for more than half of our weekly academic sessions. What kind of accommodations are we making for the youngest students and the non-traditional learners so that they won't be left behind? And you did just mention Seesaw, which I do appreciate that that's more accessible for non-readers. I'm also thinking about kids who have attention issues and things that may not be caught by, you know, an IEP. So what accommodations can we do provide for those students?
I can speak to I know you're not necessarily asking about special education, but I think I can speak to a lot of the work that the curriculum and instruction groups have been doing in order to really have rich, engaging, meaningful activities and curriculum. And so I would say, because a lot of the work has been including, you know, people focused on social emotional learning and special education and some of the more vulnerable populations, I think the way that we're thinking about curriculum, activities, and structures are all really taking in all types of learners into that. And I think that goes to some of what Beth was saying too about the shorter lessons and the, you know, the ways that we can have some classes are, you know, longer maybe than students are used to. So how we can break up that time. And so I think the engagement and the executive functioning tools that we're trying to use for a lot of the students can speak to the wider range of all learners versus maybe some of the high need students that we focus on as well.
Thank you. I have one final question. According to the governor, the districts that have the lowest rates of community cases should allow as many students to attend school in person as is safely possible. We're fortunate in our district to have many of the elements that make some primary schools safe to open, including ample outdoor space. However, teachers are understandably anxious about returning to a workplace that will have inherent risks, and families are anxious as well. Many teachers and parents would feel more comfortable having classes held outside whenever possible, where the risks of contagion are far lower. Some teachers are already purchasing equipment such as camp chairs so that they can take their classes outside, which I don't believe should be a cost that they need to shoulder. As much as our weather patterns allow, and beyond the tents that are being installed, how will the district establish semi-permanent outdoor classrooms? Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen. I don't think that we have gotten that far down the road in terms of making plans to, you know, design or draw up outdoor classroom spaces. I just don't think we're quite there yet, but I do think that your suggestion about you know, alternate seating, for example. I noticed that one of the colleges that I was reading about was giving the kids their own kind of very, very collapsible seat that basically sits on the ground, but it provides back support. I think you guys have probably seen what I'm talking about. It's very, very simple. I think we see them a lot at Patriots games or in kind of professional athletic games. And I do think that that has got great potential, and we could look into that cost and explore that further. Again, one of the things that sort of has had us had our hands tied a bit is we just don't know which model we're going for. So can you imagine us going out and buying, you know, 1,000 seats or 50 tents and then finding out, yeah, we're not going to use them. As it stands now, we have tents ordered, but we're not pulling the trigger on that officially until we know tomorrow, because otherwise it's a complete waste of the taxpayers' dollars. So this is kind of the part of the challenge of this awful situation. But as I said, we're taking it a section and a chunk at a time. So this is the next level. It's a really good question, and it's something that we should expect to hear from you again. What have you done in this regard? I don't want you to think we haven't thought about outdoor classroom space at all, because we definitely have. For example, that's why we're getting these tents as alternate spaces. But we also know, for example, that the high school has the courtyard, which is 2 pretty hefty covered spaces, but not all of our schools have that. So what we want to do is get this decision rendered and then get to work on further exploring how we can build those spaces that we have and add to those if we can further, even if it's in the form of chairs that could be seated outside on nice days.
I'll just add, the facilities committee actually met this morning, and I know Lynn Collins was part of this, the school committee member, so that we actually talked about outdoor classrooms. And if we did have the decision for tonight, our next plan is to have hour-long planning meetings at each building where we actually go out and scope out potential places. And so that is definitely on our list, and ready to set up those meetings to start doing the walkthroughs. And actually our goal was to sort of have them on a schedule so that you could know what spaces are available. So rather than having everyone just go find their own space, we did plan on plotting out and almost having a sign up of what spaces were available and who was you know, signed up to go use them. So totally on our list, and we're ready to roll with that.
Thank you, Colleen. We are fortunate to be in towns where we do have a lot of outside space. I was reflecting today on elementary schools that have a lot of asphalt and not the fields that we are so fortunate to have. So thank you. Leslie, you had a question?
Yes, I have two questions. I will be quick too. First question is, what happens to cohort A in regards to Monday holidays?
I'm sure that your team has discussed that, Beth.
Again, we don't know what 6 weeks from now. We looked at kind of between now and January 1st. There's 2 Monday holidays between now and then. And I believe there's a Wednesday as well. And there are some districts that are then taking that Monday and moving it to Wednesday. So the cohort would be in Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then obviously Dawn and her team would work hard to make sure that the building was cleaned Wednesday evening before the Thursday cohort arrived.
That is the model that I've heard as well, and would expect that we would use.
Okay, and then my second question is regarding, I apologize if you mentioned this, but I'm just wondering, as Alexi Boudreau had mentioned, that within Chickering, we have so many different learning cohorts, and a K through 1 is one that I know struggles and is unable essentially kind of to learn online. So I'm wondering if the metrics for them returning full-time is different from the metrics for the rest of Chickering to return full-time? And will we be measuring them before 4 weeks, or are they also held to the 4 weeks?
So that's a great question, and I appreciated it when Lexi brought it up, Leslie. The task is complex. We do have to think about the equity of the students, but not exclusively the equity of the students. We also have to factor in how this impacts teachers and what we're asking of teachers at this level versus teachers at other levels. And that doesn't mean that should be a deal breaker, but it just means that it has to be a factor in our decision making. I would not rule out that we could look at it earlier, and but I really think from a scientific standpoint, I think that I'm trying to sell people this idea that we want to look at the science and the statistics before we jump to that level. I recognize that some systems have done that already, and some very strong systems, excellent systems, have already voted to be remote. I really think this is the right place to start, and then to look at that. And I agree with you. The younger kids are a deep concern to me. And this is why I said this earlier. Who wants to be responsible for a person growing into adulthood hindered by the fact that their early learning was derailed by this experience? So I don't take it lightly at all. It's a really important point that you're raising. I just think that we can make it to the 4 week mark, and I would expect, if the numbers are holding true, that would be on the table for our early learners to be in person.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. So I know Sarah and Amanda, you had a couple other questions. Should we do those before we throw it to the region? Sarah?
Sure. Just to piggyback on Leslie's comments, Dr. Keogh, I really do want to stress the amount of anguish that we have heard from parents of our youngest learners who really have the most to lose in the remote environment, and that as safety allows, that we try to provide them with as many opportunities as we can to receive that in-person instruction, to get that opportunity for assessment and those critical skills as they begin their educations. I do want to ask a somewhat logistical question. It was suggested at a prior meeting that under the hybrid model, during a cohort's in-person days, that a class could be split between 2 rooms to allow for greater distancing to occur. And I have fielded several questions about the expanded role that EAs, that our aides would play under such a scenario. I gather the theory is that the EAs would actually be expected to cover both cohorts. In other words, unlike a classroom teacher who is teaching in person during cohort A's 2 in-person days and remotely for the rest of the week, that the EAs would be teaching in person cohort A and cohort B, meaning that they would float between the groups. So one concern from a safety perspective is whether that kind of runs contrary to the goal of isolating our cohorts in order to reduce the risk of cross-transmission and to perform contact tracing in the event that there is a potential exposure. And so second, there's also, I think, a concern that many have raised. As wonderful as our aides are, they lack the experience that our teachers have. So what is the role of the aide in that split room scenario if it's still being contemplated vis-a-vis the teacher in terms of providing the instruction? And you know, who can we expect to really be instructing the kids, and how will that play out between those 2 rooms?
Great question, and clearly something that wasn't articulated effectively, because the questions come up a lot. So the thinking is that if half the school is in, this is in regards to your second question in terms of aides serving as teachers. If half the school is in, then that logically means that half the classrooms should be available. And if half the classrooms are available, then we should be able to situate teachers next to a vacant classroom. And if we could situate teachers next to a vacant classroom and they had an aide with them, they could conceivably give instruction and then ask the aide to take a group of students into the next room to focus on something. This is not an unusual practice for us at Chickering or at Pine Hill. It's actually exactly the model you would have found in terms of our RTI at Chickering. Typically, you'd have 2 teachers, but it could be a teacher and an aide, and they basically split the kids up based on need. And this actually speaks to another question that somebody came up about the higher needs kids. If we can utilize those aides, we can focus and juggle the students, frankly, between the teacher and the assistant to maximize our kind of doubling down services on kids who need it the most. It's not ideal, but during those days in, that will be critical to us. Yes, we have thought about, in part 1 of your question, we have thought about the fact that that the aides would be in the building twice as much as the teachers. We are talking about, I believe, at Chickering, 27 people. So it is not ideal. That's not etched in stone. It's the model that we have right now on the table. It's what we're thinking. But we could conceivably split that. It's just that the trade-off would be that those aides would not be as available. Does that make sense? In other words, if we took that 27 and split it into 13 each cohort, then and we have more than 13 classrooms, that means some classrooms would not have an aide available so that the teacher could spread into another room. It's not a deal breaker, but that is a possibility. Does that make sense? I can't hear you.
Sorry, it does make sense. I'm not sure it completely alleviates either concern, but I understand, you know, we have constraints. I guess I would ask, is there room for additional hires? Obviously, you know, budgets are being taxed in multiple areas, but is this an area where we think there is a need?
So the budgets have been stretched. There's no doubt about it, and that includes the additional aid that we've been granted by the state and federal government. So it's not a snap of the fingers, and Dawn would do a much better job of explaining that than I could. There's also the question of whether or not, if we decided we wanted to double our aid force, could we? And I'm not sure about that. We post aid positions on a regular basis and frequently only get a handful of applicants. So I don't have an easy answer on that, other than to say I recognize what the challenge is, and it's one of those ones we have to address. And Dawn, would you add anything to that?
I just wanted to, if you don't mind, to say something quick about professional development, because I think that was kind of part of the question that you had asked around support and training, and one of the questions that you had was the general education educational assistance in the classes, and I think that we also have the category of special educational assistance. So we are definitely going to be thinking about lots of different ways to incorporate more professional development than you know, we had more last year than we had before, and it was very useful and helpful, and there was a lot of professional development that went on actually through remote learning as well, for all educational assistants. So we'll be continuing that in both categories of educational assistance too. So that's just on that note.
It's actually a really good point, Kate, and lest we forget, a good percentage of our teaching assistants are assigned to specific children. So we're far from out of the woods on that particular issue. Really, the point of saying that there's another room available is just for that purpose only, is to say that if we have coverage, if we can secure coverage or volunteers, and a teacher could spread the students into another room just to make it feel less tight, we would take advantage of that. That was really the whole point of making that argument. It wasn't anything other than that.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to discuss for a moment the scenarios in which we anticipate disruption under a hybrid model. In other words, when, I think it's a when, it's not an if, a child or a teacher experiences a symptom, and we need to consider whether that is COVID exposure, and I know that there were health protocols that were circulated, but I wonder if you might just say a bit about those, because I know they were lengthy. I reviewed them, but for the benefit of, you know, all of those listening on, just a basic contour about, you know, this notion that the elementary class in any event is considered a close contact. And I also noticed in our protocols that for those close contacts, you know, in other words, the class, when there is a positive, you know, confirmed positive, that they essentially need to quarantine. And I noticed that there's no negative testing out of quarantine. So, you know, whenever there is a situation where you have a positive COVID case in the school, all of those close cohorts, I gather, are essentially automatically out for the next 14 days, and how will their education continue during that time frame? What can we sort of anticipate in terms of how to handle these disruptions?
So there's a host of issues that you're raising. One is, how quickly can someone be tested so that they could come back if they tested negative? That's a big, big challenge for us, and it is definitely a topic of concern and lengthy discussion by the Health and Hygiene Subcommittee. So maybe we should start with that. And I believe Jill is on this call, who's heading up the Health and Hygiene. But Jill, do you want to weigh in on that? Because it's your subcommittee that created, Jill is the lead nurse for the system, and it's her subcommittee along with Matt and Kay, who've been really tackling these issues. When do kids come back? When do teachers come back? How disruptive will that be? How much of a challenge will that be for us? And is it going to be so much of a challenge that it's not even worth it? I think that's the question that people have on their minds.
So I am here, yes. So I can tell you that, yes, any child that is symptomatic is going to be sent to the nurse, obviously for assessment. And if the child is showing symptoms of COVID, we will refer out for testing. Again, as Andrew has mentioned, that we are still working on the process for what that is going to look like, just given the fact that it is a challenge statewide, having fast turnaround testing results come back to us. But at the elementary level, the whole classroom would be considered a close contact, and if the child became positive, and that whole class would have to quarantine. Now, I think probably the next part of your question is what then happens to the class as far as the educational component. And I would defer to Beth on that, but I would say that the class could then be flipped to perhaps a remote model during that quarantine period. So there, as far as disruption, yes, there will be disruption, but there's also a plan in place for minimizing that as best we can, presuming that it's time off without, the whole class being sick. I don't know if that answers your question.
That helps. I did notice, though, in the guidance that it seems that there's a specific comment that a negative PCR for a close contact who is asymptomatic does not get you out of quarantine.
Right, and so
Jill, can I pipe in?
Yes, please.
So I would say this is one where I think part of our jobs as the Board of Health is to also weigh in. And so this is one I just don't want Jill to be on the spot, because I think this is a piece that really came from the boards of health, although this part of the measure has not yet been voted on. So the guidance for the state is there's no testing out for close contact. So if you're a close contact anywhere but in school, a negative test doesn't take you out of quarantine, with the concern being that you could still be in the incubation period and later turn positive. I think that the concern that goes along with that is that the testing isn't perfect. I think that we increasingly recognize that the PCR nasal swab, which is kind of the gold standard test, turns positive earlier and stays positive longer than some of the other testing modalities, but that especially on the tail end, we're likely no longer contagious. So I think it's really possible that some of this may change as testing strategies change at the state level. I think what we felt like as the board is that it doesn't make sense to be sort of more permissive in a school environment where we have these groups of kids and educators and the families that they're going home to. And so while recognizing that it comes at an educational cost to have classes out of the classroom for that period of time, we felt that it sufficiently reduced the risk to the larger school community that trade-off is worthwhile. It was definitely something we talked about a lot, and it's a tough choice. If anybody wants to come to the Board of Health meeting, we usually have about 8 people, so there's no hand waving, but we will be voting on that probably at our next meeting, at least for Sherborn later in August, to sort of formalize that.
I think, certainly defer completely to the experts in terms of safety. And, if the thought is that there are risks that remain, that you're still in incubation, that it makes good logical sense for why you wouldn't allow a test out of quarantine. From an educational sort of what to do perspective, I wonder if Dr. Keogh or Ms. McCoy can comment, is the expectation that assuming everyone remains asymptomatic during their quarantine, that the teacher will lead that class remotely during that period?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what we would expect. That is what we've discussed.
And if, God forbid, anyone should fall ill in terms of the teachers, then we would rely on a sub in that setting.
Well, I think that depends on if the teacher we'd have a conversation with the teacher. If the teacher's sick, yes, absolutely a substitute. But the teacher may, in fact, be asymptomatic and say, I'd like to work. So we would just address that case by case.
Thank you.
You're muted, Brooke.
Thank you. Sorry, Sarah. I just turned myself off by mistake. I think Amanda had one, and then I think we might be ready to pivot to the region. But Amanda, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, my question actually follows on a question Mark asked and one of Sarah's points about staffing. And I wonder about the substitutes. So if teachers, I understand from reading the guidance, are—
Can I just ask for Amanda Hackett to please stop sharing her screen? Thank you.
Yeah.
That teachers who have symptoms need to get tested. And if they test positive, they need to quarantine. If they decline to get tested, they also need to stay home for 14 days. So that would tie up substitutes for a long time. Even if the teachers can teach, if they're asymptomatic from home, we'd still need a substitute in the building. Is that right, to be with the kids?
If the teacher were infected, she would be his or her classroom would be a close contact. So if they were in school, the whole class would be out. If they were infected in a period of time that they'd been out of school, such that the class wasn't an exposure, then it may be pertinent.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. So I'm just thinking about, even without the need for substitutes, which I think that need will arise, I'm thinking about the slide you shared, Dr. Keogh, with the survey results from the teachers. So it was 155 of the 300 responded, and 18% said that they wouldn't be able to return unless they were teaching remotely. So I just wonder, I don't know what we can say about the people who didn't respond to the survey and where they would fall, but I wonder if we have enough staff to staff a hybrid model, even before we think about substitutes. And a follow-up is, I think that this is a time for radical empathy, and we're offering a choice to our families to stay all remote if they want to. And I'm wondering if there's some flexibility to offer that choice for teachers. I know that you presented that they needed to have medical documentation. I worry that we might lose some really good people if that's the case, people that we could use in a variety of ways, given the staffing needs that it sounds like we'll have. And given that teaching in this environment isn't what they signed up for. So I'm just wondering about the staffing implications for a hybrid plan and whether or not we can bring some flexibility to that for teachers. And I had a follow-up question about spacing too, based on something Sarah asked, but I can ask that later.
Someone gonna take the staffing question?
Dawn, you're on mute. I saw you talking, but I think you're on mute.
Oh yeah, I said Andrew seems to not be able to get unmute. He's frozen. So
So, yeah, I'll try to take the staffing question, and I think it was Maggie who at the last school committee said it so eloquently, that being that we're a small district, it's not just about positions, it's about people, and I do think that we are going to work with our staff to work within limits to provide them opportunities to meet, their own health needs and do so within reason as to what's possible. When we look at the survey data, again, we only have roughly 50% responses. Luckily, at the elementary level, most of our staff are able to return. And for those who aren't, we are going to be working with them to maximize what they can offer to our students, whether it's through the remote model or thinking creatively. It's more at the middle and high school level where the numbers increase. The difference there is when you have students who are older, as we all know at the middle and high school level, it is possible to engage with a teacher from home more easily than it would be for a first grade classroom to engage with a teacher from home. So right now the numbers are working in our favor. But again, we value our teachers. We know that they do terrific things, and we're going to try to make it work as best we can.
Thank you. And the spacing question, so when you talked about the teachers had the option to use the second classroom, I had been under the impression that that was how we were going to maintain the 6 feet distance. But am I now understanding that that distancing can be maintained within a classroom so teachers don't have to spread out?
So given that class size ranges from, anywhere from 16 students to 22 at the elementary level, depending on the grade level in the school, and knowing that some of our students are going to opt to stay home either for health reasons or by choice, and that some already have contacted me interested in homeschooling, it's very likely that we can fit a full class of students in an elementary room at least at 5 feet, if not 6 feet apart. But again, that second room is an option. And going back to, I think it was Sarah's question earlier about the use of EAs, oftentimes when we do walkthroughs as leaders, it's very rarely that you walk into an elementary classroom and there's only one adult. Oftentimes, myself or a principal or Andrew will walk in a room and there's already 2 or 3 other adults there. So using educational assistants, using our special educators is very common practice. And again, the classroom teacher is the expert in curriculum and pedagogy. But those, opportunities to learn and grow have already been ingrained in what we do in elementary school, in addition to the professional development that Kate mentioned. So I do think that having the opportunity for our students to break up into smaller groups, into their workshops, into their stations, using additional adults, in that second classroom is definitely an option. Very rarely do teachers direct an entire class of 20 all at once. Often then they might have their morning meeting that way, or they might introduce, a social studies unit that way. But most often students are working in small groups, and to their credit, even the littlest students, do so independently, either on their iPads or with their manipulative. So, I am hopeful that given the expertise of our teachers and the support staff, that we can have them working in stations, across two rooms. If not, Amanda, to answer your question, yes, they can all fit safely in one room.
Thank you.
Okay, my SSC and DSC colleagues, I'm cognizant, as we all are, of our regional colleagues who have been listening to us. Do we feel prepared to give the floor to the region in terms of where you are, so that we could vote later? Yes, I see a thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Maggie, thank you so much for you and your team for indulging us. I'm sure we'll learn as much from you as hopefully you did from us. So thank you.
No worries. Okay. No worries. I do encourage all of those of the now 432 of us watching on Zoom to feel free to mute your video and take a movement break, or do whatever you need to do to take care of your bodily life. You've been sitting with us for 3 hours, and we truly appreciate it. And to all of the folks who work and have worked so hard this summer for the Dover and Sherborn Public Schools, I can't say enough. And tonight, this is a very epic conversation that you have all participated in, and I'm terribly grateful to you. As we begin our deliberation, similar to Amanda and to Mark, I wanted to share with you that tonight I speak as a Dover resident, your regional school committee chair, a parent of 3 children, 2 Dover Sherborn High School graduates and 1 current high school junior, a local school administrator, and obviously a human being and resident of Dover. In the interest of full disclosure, I need to mention that I am also a member of the Needham Education Association, which is an affiliate of the Mass Teachers Association and the National Education Association. Both of these organizations have recently opined upon school reopening policies. And in weighing the important decisions before us tonight, I need to make it clear that I am here to represent the taxpayers of Dover and the families of our regional school communities, the students, teachers, staff, and families of Dover, Sherborn, and Boston, and all the home communities of our faculty members, not my own interests as a school leader, education association member, or a parent. All these roles, however, do, as with my colleagues, give me valuable insight into the complexities of school reopening, and I appreciate your faith and support in our boards as we move forward with our deliberations tonight. I'm going to take questions from our board members. I'm going to just watch the clock, and we may stop ourselves if we go past an hour. So as folks ask their questions, and I know for the local Dover and Sherborn committees, you know, a lot of folks ask multi-part questions. So just be thinking about sort of prioritizing your questions in case we can't get to every question that everybody has. And with that, I want to start with Judy Miller.
Thanks, Maggie. As I've said many times over the last week, Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. And I think that that's applicable to the process we're going through tonight. And it also is applicable to the fact that nobody likes any of these models. Everyone simply wants to go back to what life was like before, but that's not an option. And so we have to choose from 3 bad options. And so hopefully we will, with, I don't know, divine intervention, come up with the least bad option. And for me, I'm on the reopening task force. I've spent the last 4 weeks working really hard on the issues. I have read every single email that's come in prior to today, because today I was really busy, that has come into the DS reopening website. I have also spoken to many of our teachers, mostly at the high school. I have, and I've also spoken to parents, and I've spoken to parents who I don't even know, who I've asked questions of with regard to their views and their expertise. And I came around to the view that, at least for the region, that the educational process might be better in a remote model. And then I talked to several of our counselors, guidance counselors and other counselors, and they uniformly told me that the kids need to get back in school, that for their social and emotional well-being, we have to find a way for them to get back in school, okay? So then I was faced with a dilemma, and I will tell you guys the truth. I sat down one night and cried to my husband about this and said, I don't know how I can be part of this process. I don't know how I can make it, I can honor my community and make the right decision, because I see no right decision here. I see a decision that pits everybody against one another. I see a decision that may be right for educators and may not be right for parents. But I have to say that I appreciated very much the words of our wonderful counseling staff. And so I started to explore ways in which I might wrap my head around the remote model. Okay, I'm sorry, the hybrid model. And for me, one guiding principle was that my ethical compass tells me that our teachers are like jewels. They are incredible. And that they're all human beings and have families and have stories like all of us. And we need to listen to them, and we need to find a way to educate our children in the best way possible and honor our teachers. And so I was open to the hybrid plan. But the piece of this that is the most concerning to me has to do with the high school. And it has to do with the teachers who are unable to return to school. There are teachers who are unable to return because of their own medical conditions, put them at high risk for COVID. There are teachers who cannot return because they have a family member with whom they live who is immunocompromised and they cannot jeopardize their family member's life and they can't return. And there are teachers who have very serious issues in terms of childcare closing. And I understand that it's not a huge number of teachers at the high school. It's somewhere between 8 and 16. And if that number is wrong, happy to be corrected, okay? And I, you know, I started to consider that if that I understand that some of these teachers teach our singleton courses. And these teachers teach in English and foreign languages and math and science and history or social studies. And if we have to go out, and so strictly not even honoring our teachers, but just let's be a little selfish here. If we have to go out and hire science teachers in the next 4 weeks, I think that's going to be an uphill battle. And I think that's going to really detrimentally affect the quality of the education that we have at our school. And I think it's also going to cost us a whole lot more money because we're going to have to give some of those people sick leave benefits. And so we're going to be double paid, okay? And I cannot imagine going out into the workplace like every other high school may be trying to do and getting the caliber of teacher that we have. And so I would like to support the hybrid model, but I haven't heard what I need to hear in this regard. And so for me, the only way I can support the hybrid model, and I'm looking down because I have notes, I'm sorry, is that I can only support the hybrid model if we take care of our teachers. And if our teachers who provide documentation that they have a medical condition or a family member with whom they live has a medical condition, or they need leave to care for a child whose school or child care provider is closed or unavailable, let's not throw them out. Let's allow them to teach their classes remotely. And at the high school, the kids they'll come into the classroom, they'll sit there, they'll get out their, God willing, Chromebooks, and they will have a few in-person lessons with these few teachers who will teach all remote, okay? You can think of it from an ethical point of view, or you can think of it from an educational point of view, or you can think of it from a dollars and cents point of view. But from any point of view, it's the only right thing to do. And, you know, and Andrew said something earlier that stuck with me. He said, well, we want medical documentation from our teachers by August 14th. I want to weigh in on that and say, I think that is way too soon and springing on them something that is just really difficult. And, you know, the other thing that I want to say is, and respectfully, Beth, you said, you know, we're going to try and make this work. I need more. And Beth, I got to tell you something. I know all that you want to do is make this work. And I know how tirelessly you've been working, and you've been fantastic. But I need more than just to say, yeah, we're going to try and make it work. I need a policy that says that we're not going to throw these teachers out, that we're going to let them work remotely. And that's really important. I don't I guess my comments are more of a statement than they are a question. Although I understand from someone that there was a meeting yesterday in which one of the leadership team said, yeah, we're looking at that issue and we may accommodate teachers. So I guess what I want to know is, are you able to make that commitment to us that we're going to be able to educate our high school students with the best teachers, and those are the teachers we employ at the Dover-Sherborn School District? And then I have another question on another topic.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We see you too.
Mike, actually, I don't know what happened when that surprise came across the screen of somebody sharing their screen, but I haven't been able to get back on from my computer, so I'm on my phone, which has limited life. So I apologize for that. I may have to jump up with you, Don. So in response to your question, Judy, this is anytime we have any kind of personnel issue, there's a certain set of protocols that we go through as a school system. It's our obligation. It's our responsibility to make sure that we don't set crazy precedents or set ourselves up for issues that later come into conflict with the contract or whatever that may be. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, Judy, because you're an employment attorney, so you know this. So what I've tried to say, and I'll say it again as clearly as I can, we will do everything we can to not lose teachers. I don't know if I gave that impression somewhere along the line, but I have no interest in losing some of our highest quality teachers. And it just so happens that some of the people who have expressed concerns are in fact high quality teachers. All I've tried to say is that we have to take every case individually, because not every person has the same kinds of circumstances that would disallow them from teaching. So number one, we would take every circumstance individually. And number two, of course, we would do whatever we could to make accommodations to make it possible for them to stay on board with us. I just have to, walk through a process, that's all. And the reason for the 14th as a cutoff was that we knew when that date was set that we would be having teachers back 2 weeks later. Again, it's pretty hard to do this work with the goalposts changing, and that goalpost changed. We're now hearing that the students would, the teachers would come back for 10 days before the students arrived. That's a whole different amount of time. But if we were under the circumstances we were working with, it was a 2-week window. So that's why we put that timeline in place.
Andrew,
it's still a very tight timeline.
Andrew, I respectfully, Andrew, that's not good enough for me. Because that's way too vague, and this won't set a precedent, because this is just for COVID. We're not talking about, okay, so next year after we have a vaccine and God willing everybody's back to school, I'm talking about a policy that is just for this circumstance. And I need to know that any teacher who provides documentation from their healthcare provider that they or a family member with whom they live are at high risk for COVID-19, that they will be able to be employed by the Dover-Sherborn School District, and they will be able to teach remotely. And I need to also know that those whose school or childcare provider closed and is unavailable because of this pandemic will be allowed to teach remotely. Because at the high school, that's wildly important. And I'm not going to play the ethical card. I'm going to say to you from a financial and an educational point of view, it's crucial. And I really had a hard time wrapping my head around this hybrid plan at all. And for me, this is a threshold issue. And so I ask you again, can you make that commitment to us? Knowing that we're not making a precedent. This isn't a precedent. It's a COVID only policy.
You know what, before I think it seems like this is an issue that may need more time than we have tonight to work out, for sure. It's very clear that this is an important issue on your mind, probably not just your mind. But I do want to make sure that we hear from all of our members before we turn it over for a vote.
I'll
If
move
that's okay.
on.
Okay.
Okay. My next issue is far less contentious than that one. So we can all sort of breathe a sigh of relief. The next issue is I read Jill Fedora's beautiful illness policy. I actually read the whole thing. And I'm not a doctor or a scientist, and I often don't understand medical or scientific things. So my question is, the way I see the policy, if a kid gets a sore throat and goes out, do they have to get a COVID test and come back? And wait, it's a two-part question. And then if they do, then do we think we're going to have a whole lot of absences? And I'm looking at my notes. Give me oh yeah. So are we going to have a whole lot of absences? It seems to me like we might, particularly since when all these kids, and Matt maybe can address this, when all these kids go back to high school and middle school and elementary school, there's going to be a lot more testing going on because people are going to get a lot of sore throats. And so maybe not because they're all wearing masks, but so this is, my question is, can we work out a system so that the kids who are homesick waiting for their negative test results 10 days because we're so overwhelmed by then, can we have some provision for those kids to be able to, in some sense, synchronously Zoom in to the in-person classrooms?
I think we talked about that I would understood from the presentation that would be possible. Is that true?
That wasn't my understanding from the presentation. Okay. I just want to confirm that. If it is, that's fabulous.
Yes, that is what I said, Judy. In speaking to the other issue, a policy is a school committee decision. If you guys want to set a policy in that regard, I'm comfortable with that completely. It's a policy school committee decision.
Oh, that's great. That's terrific, Andrew. Thank you. That might work.
But can I respond to that, Judy? I'll respond that yes, of course, testing is going to be very important, especially initially when we're first back to school with some sort of in-person learning, right? Because we don't know if the sore throat is COVID or if it's a sore throat because of strep. So we are going to be doing testing and referring for testing, especially in the beginning. So the short answer is yes, we need to do that or else we're not going to be successful. The other part of that question that I really feel strongly that I need to answer at this moment is that there are many reasons why children visit the health office, right? And so for injury, for illness, for medication, sometimes chronic, sometimes acute. And so even kids with sore throats sometimes are coming in for a different reason. So I trust the nursing assessment, and I trust the process that the nurses use in that assessment. So in other words, if I have a student who comes to visit me for a sore throat every single day during math, then that might be a different assessment than saying this child needs to go out for a COVID test. So I might not know that the first time he comes in, but I'm going to know that pretty quickly thereafter. And I'm really proud of our nursing department at DS because combined between the four of us, we have over 100 years of nursing experience. So we're experienced nurses who can use our best judgment to help support the health of the students. And I really feel passionate about that, COVID or no COVID.
Thank you, Jill. I feel really confident in you. And it was a genuine question as to how that was going to work. Okay.
Just as Matt loves to hear his own voice talk, I love to hear about how things go in the health office. I love to talk about it because I think all four of us are super passionate about what we do. And we always have the kids' health and best interest in mind, and that of our staff as well. We're a resource for them. And again, this is not the forum for this, but I want to share that we will continue to be a resource for the teachers as well. And whether it's a resource for their own personal health or a resource to help them figure out how best to handle a group of children that want to play with Play-Doh. I mean, we're without sounding cliche, we're all in this together, and the nurses are there to help for that.
Jill, thank you so much. Maggie, I'm done.
Thank you, Judy. I really appreciate your contributions to this conversation. So before, I'm looking for hands up, and I can't see the actual hands. So if just whoever on the regional school committee needs to ask a question or make a comment, if you could just chime in at this point.
I'll chime in. I'd like to echo Judy's remarks, and I have a series of questions. I've asked a number of questions. Some have been answered, some haven't. I think I'd rather not ask the questions. I'm not prepared to affirmatively vote on a hybrid model tonight, partially for the reasons that Judy set forth. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit more for the teachers. I've heard a lot from a lot of teachers, and I really appreciate the emails that have been received. I appreciate the passion in which the teachers express their concern for the kids, the concern for the kids socially, emotionally, the current concern for learning. And I think that in all respects, to be true to who we are as a school system, we need to be true to our teachers. We need to be true to our core values. And I've heard fairly consistently a sentiment that the teachers, while they have appreciated being part of the process, they don't feel like they've really been heard when it comes to how things are going to look and what proposals going to come forward. And I would like that they have more of a voice and more of a seat at the table for collaborative discussions about what their concerns are. I wholeheartedly agree with what Judy has said with respect to teachers who are not able to come in. That's a bright line for me. The other fairly consistent theme that I've heard from middle school and high school teachers is that it really is not so clear that constrained in-person learning is beneficial for purely pedagogically for the students, because the students are going to be sitting in rows, they're going to be distanced, there won't be the ability to see faces of the students, there won't be the ability to see the teacher's face. And in fact, many of the teachers, if not most of the teachers, have weighed in to say that they would prefer for purely academic purposes to be teaching in a remote model, because they think that the academic outcomes would be better. That said, there are some high touch, the different types of subjects such as science labs, the arts in particular, that can be very difficult from a remote standpoint. And so, some of the wondering is whether we could leverage our opportunities and kind of use our risk chips in a way that are really creative to get those opportunities for those particular classes, those particular teachers where they feel like they need to have some of that in-person time, and leverage that for the time that our students will actually be in class. So that's all I have to say relative to the teachers.
Thanks, Michael. Do you, I know Anne has her hand up. Is it okay if I pivot to Anne? Okay, Anne.
Thanks. Really quickly, I'd like to first reiterate what was said like 2 hours ago by Keith Kaplan, that we are really all on the same side for this. I appreciate all of the, as Michael mentioned, all of the emails, all of the conversations, arguing for remote, arguing for hybrid, arguing for all in. I really appreciate all of that, and I appreciate that people have been very respectful and thoughtful in their conversations. I think we're really fortunate as a community to have so much engagement from parents and teachers and the administration. I'd also really quickly like to thank Anna Hurley for her A Day in the Life of a Middle Schooler video. I thought that was awesome and really, really helpful. So thank you, Anna. And sorry, my cat just sat on my notes. I'd love to really quickly, I have a couple of really quick questions. Wi-Fi issues, I guess maybe this is Dawn. Is that being addressed at the region? I know that that's been a concern because the Wi-Fi is so spotty at the region. Is that something we've been able to address so that we know that we have stronger Wi-Fi signals?
So Anthony and his IT department have been testing that and are looking to add additional wireless access points as necessary. But they feel pretty confident that they have the campus here covered, as well as some of the outside areas around the buildings that we're planning on potentially using as outdoor learning spaces.
So like if there were like 8 different Zoom classes going on in an area, that we could cover all that?
Yes.
Awesome.
They feel confident they can. Like I said, they've been adding extra access points to beef up their capacity.
That's awesome. Thank
And
you.
just on that point, less devices in the building will mean less bandwidth needed. So if you're talking about in that hybrid model, half of the student population will be on their device. So another piece.
That's actually, that's good. Sure, thank you. My other question, well, 2 really quick. The reevaluation talking about in 4 weeks, I'd just love to get a little clarification on that from Andrew. Is the thought that we would, and actually from Beth too, the thought is that we'd be evaluating throughout, like constantly, and then at 4 weeks, we'd reconvene and be ready to pivot or talk about pivoting in 4 weeks? Or is it that we're gonna sort of let the 4 weeks go, then we'll start the conversation?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would think that we would be able to pivot at the 4-week mark. Our intent would be, and I think there's no chance in the world that Jill and her team would do anything other than this. We would be monitoring these trends daily. So we would definitely know clearly going into the 4-week mark what we think. I just think that it should be a long enough window to make that worthwhile.
No, that makes sense. And I wasn't clear enough. I apologize. I was thinking both from a health standpoint, but also from a, how is this working? Is this model, is this model working, or are there adjustments that need to be made? Also, just even within how we're operating.
Sorry, totally get it. That's our surveying people at this point. We've gotten pretty good at it. Unfortunately, through trial and error, I think we can turn surveys around really quickly. And given that we have all of our teachers' email addresses and all of our students' email addresses and all of our families' email addresses, I think we could turn a survey around really quickly, so we could get ongoing feedback if necessary, as long as there is such a thing as survey fatigue, so we try not to overdo it. But I do think that we would have a sense of how that's working for all parties involved.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And just really quickly, I'd just like to say that I think that I feel like the most important thing for us right now is to think about everybody. Obviously, we want to do what's best for the kids, but we need to do what's best for the community. And it seems like we're really working towards letting everybody make the choice that's best for them and their family. And if that's the case, then we will have a happy, healthy, and well-functioning community. So thank you.
If I could just follow up on that, Maggie, do you mind?
No, certainly.
Right. So one of the things that more than likely people do not know, and so it's important to share, is that the way that this thing would go is if you folks made a decision, whatever that decision is, frankly, any kinds of impacts on the teachers, on their working conditions, et cetera, have to be impact bargained. And so to that end, I know our school committees know this, but our folks at home may not. And to that end, we have already set up an MOU group made up of school committee members and of DSEA members to hash out the issues that are presented by whichever model we settle on. The challenge has been is we don't know what that model is yet. So in order to do that, we kind of need to know what the model is. So, but I don't want people to think that that we, are trying to do anything unilaterally. We recognize that this is by law has to be impact bargained.
Thank you for sharing. That's important information for the community and obviously for us to remember.
Maggie, can I jump in?
Absolutely.
Sorry, were you about to say something?
No, I was just going to say I wanted to know whether or not we had heard from Kate or Lynn. I was working my way down the list of us.
Thank you. I feel like this follows on what Anne and Andrew were just speaking to. And first of all, of course, thank you to everybody for working so hard on this. I'm so grateful that 3.5 hours in here, we are being, maybe we're tired, but civil and working towards something together. I think that speaks hugely to Dover Sherborn. To Andrew's point, I'm a member of the negotiation subcommittee, and whatever we vote on tonight, I look forward to working with the teachers and the administrators on making sure we can continue to work out these details and come to a place where hopefully people feel as good as they can about all these different things we have to work out. Again, to Andrew's point, what we can't move on in a lot of places until we know what we vote on tonight. So I appreciate that. I also really appreciate all the comments that were made earlier, which answered many of my questions. Very grateful for the Board of Health and the different health care and doctors in the community who have chimed in. And I think while I understand people's concern about the quality of education, if we are in a hybrid model, I want to make a plug again for not undervaluing in-person time, even though it's going to look very different. As I said in our last meeting, I think that's hugely important. Now here to my question. Anne asked some of this about the Wi-Fi, so that was encouraging to hear that Anthony and his team have been working on that. Does that also, will that help with high school kids who are going to need to live stream? If they're fully remote for some reason and we're hybrid, will we have the ability for high school kids to live stream in? And I apologize if this was answered somehow earlier and I missed it.
The technical ability for students to live stream, do you mean for the teachers to live stream out?
I mean, if there's a high school student who for some medical reason or family decision has chosen to be all remote, do we have the Wi-Fi bandwidth or the ability for them to zoom in to the class?
Yeah, we really believe we do, Kate. Remember, under the hybrid model anyhow, if we were all in, that might be a different discussion. I still think we could do it, but I think there would be more strain on the system. But in the hybrid model, only half the school will be in at any given time. Now think about all the phones that are on using Wi-Fi, all the laptops that are on, all the teachers' computers that are on using Wi-Fi. So if you cut that in half, that's a significant reduction in use of bandwidth. And so I think that a teacher live streaming out is definitely within our technical capabilities. We're also exploring, though, because you could, in fact, I mean, just as you can see me through my phone, a student could see their teacher through their computer laptop if it was pointed towards the front of the classroom. But the sound might not be strong enough. So we have been investigating and practicing with headsets that we think would make that much easier for our remote learners. And so, yeah, that's actually why we shifted over to believing that we could have our kids live stream or our classes live streamed out to our remote students.
Okay, thank you. Kate, was that the end of your questions for now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I didn't know whether or not Lynn Collins, if you have things that you would like to add to the conversation, or if you have a question.
Sure. A lot of my questions were answered over the course of the night. But I will say I do have the same threshold issue as Judy does. And also, as an employment lawyer, I don't feel that any policy that we established during this pandemic that is specific to this pandemic sets any kind of dangerous precedent moving forward. So I agree completely with everything Judy said about needing to make sure that our teachers, whether they're out, for whatever reason that's related to this pandemic, they, obviously we have protocols for who qualifies for whatever type of leave, but we also have within our discretion the ability to establish that these teachers will continue in some form teaching their classes and our students. And it's what our community would expect. It's what the teachers want to do, but for the fact that they have a reason that they can't be physically in our building. So it's a threshold issue for me, regardless of what needs to be impact bargained, regardless of what may be viewed as a precedent. It's fundamental to me. So there's that. And then one of the concerns that teachers have raised, and it seems to make a whole lot of sense to me, is the amount of time that they would spend in the class policing compliance with safety protocols. And so to what extent have we thought about resources, whether it's leveraging the community or I don't know what else, to help the staff manage that huge burden? And that's the question.
I missed the second half of that. I'm sorry, Lynn, I was writing my notes. I was thinking about, I wanted to just clear up that a decision, I keep hearing policy. Policy decisions are completely school committee decisions, and I have no objection to that. I would think that the natural course of events would be that we would go through this MOU process, and if we need a policy in place as a result of the MOU process, we would put it in place. That to me would be my thinking, but again, I'm not the end all on this. The second half of your question was?
The burden of having for the teachers to have to police compliance with safety protocols in the class. Have we thought about making resources available so that they can focus exclusively on teaching and not on who's got their mask on, who's sharing pencils, who's, whatever shenanigans go on in a class?
Well, I would definitely put this into the category of important, but it's one of those things, again, that as we chunk and take these things a section at a time, we know that there will have to be a different set of rules. For example, if a teacher is Zooming in and there's a teaching assistant or somebody else supervising that classroom, we don't have any policies in our handbook around, discipline of students who misbehave in a class that's being overseen by a teaching assistant. So,
No, because I just wanted you to get it from me. Okay.
there are things we would absolutely have to take a closer look at. But again, we probably wouldn't do that until we've established which model we're going with. Because if we're going with a remote model, fully remote, we will not need to have policies about face mask wearing, at least at this juncture. And my question always is to people when they ask me, at what point would you go back from remote? I don't have an answer to that because I'm following the direction of the state, and they're saying that this is the time for us to go back. In fact, according to the metric that was released today, they're saying that Dover-Sherborn should be back in full person, not hybrid, and definitely not remote. In fact, in the commissioner's call today, he mentioned that those districts that have chosen to go remote are going to, quote, have explaining and things that they're going to have to work out. So the other concern I just want to mention, because it's important in full disclosure, is that I'm concerned that we're going to have to go remote at some point. I really am. And I've emphasized enough already that I think it's important to get the kids in. But I'm also concerned about what that means also for our educators and staff. If we go back to full remote, we may have to make really difficult decisions in terms of staffing. And that's concerning. But I'm fairly confident that there are some things, for example, like if we're not running a cafeteria for 6 months on end, we may not be able to keep our people whole as we did in the spring. It just might not be as feasible as this economic crunch goes on. So there's that too.
All right. Lynn, did you have additional questions?
No, that was it. I think everything's been.
Okay. I have Anne's hand up and also Judy's, and so I want to get to that. I'm also watching the clock. I guess at this juncture, I would like us to reframe our thinking a little bit away from potential threats about what will happen if we vote a certain way versus another way and whose jobs will be impacted. I just feel like at this point, that's not gonna help us collectively move forward in the most productive way, thinking about what's in the best interest of our children and our community at large. I do think that we are fortunate, very, very fortunate in these collective communities of Dover and Sherborn, because unlike many of our local communities, we have relatively small class sizes and relatively large and healthy building safe classrooms. And so we have the opportunity to do a remote plan that allows each of our classes to have their teacher and their cadre of support with them, both in remote and when they're synchronous at home. And this is a luxury that most of our partner communities, thanks. I think, Andrew, you probably need to mute. There you go. Don't have. And I think it's something that we can't underestimate. That being said, I also think that I've heard it mentioned a couple times tonight that our students are falling behind as a result of their 6 months of emergency remote learning that happened, in the spring and then I guess summer. And I want us to sort of think a little bit about reframing that as well. The idea that our children, all of our collective children, will be impacted by their time away from school is obvious, and it's true for all of us. Of course, all of humanity is deeply impacted by this century's most profound pandemic. That said, I want us to walk a little bit away from the fear that our kids are running behind as a result of this change in their school condition. Obviously, it's been frustrating for all of us to have children have to experience remote learning in a terribly unexpected way for also the adults teaching them. But I wonder, behind who? I mean, a couple of years ago, remember when we all came to understand about how we were on a race to nowhere? And I encourage us to rethink about this idea of being behind and to embrace the idea that we are really fortunate here to have the flexibility for our school to move in between remote learning and hybrid learning, and God willing, sometime soon, in-person, full-time learning, because I think that's all really an important experience that we hope our students have. And before I take Judy's, and I think Anne also had her hand up, I do want to also take a moment as we move forward to acknowledge our community commenter, Daniel Romaine, and his comments early this evening around issues of equity and racism. And to assure him and our community at large that we have not forgotten about those issues in the current intense work on getting our students back to school. In fact, I think that those issues are very deeply embedded in many of our reasons for having students come back to school, because many students in terms of equity need that time. And also the concerns of many of our members tonight around making sure that we're caring deeply and being very careful about ensuring that our families whose children need to stay home have the opportunity to do so and remain part of the Dover-Sherborn learning community and not be outsourced to an online provider where they really are going to be separated. I think that's really important. One of the most heart-wrenching letters that I received this week was from a family whose family member has a deeply compromised health situation, and who was saying, you know, our child who's not impacted, if we outsource her to another community, it's like a double whammy to have to live in a situation where you have a family member who's compromised and then you can't participate in school as well. So I think it's really important in terms of equity that we're thinking on both ends of that spectrum about making sure to provide that. And I guess that's the last thing I want to say tonight is that, you know, our motto for the last 3 years has been #WeAreDS. And we've talked in many spaces and many places about what that means. My children all have t-shirts that say "We Are DS," and my understanding of that is that we are a community that doesn't leave anyone behind. And in saying that, I think that what we mean is our children, obviously, but also the adults who care for them every day. And what I've heard from my members of the regional school committee, particularly tonight, is a deep desire to ensure that none of the adults who care for our children and teach them are left behind in this pandemic, this once in a lifetime brutal pandemic. And while I have deeply appreciated the contributions of our Board of Health folks, you know, I think when you're talking about risk and zero risk and nobody's at zero, you know, if you're number one and you get the illness and you are forever compromised, that's a big deal. And I think the degree to which we can practice, I think Amanda called it radical empathy, will really tell me whether or not we are DS or whether that's just a hashtag on a t-shirt. And my final thing is I want us to think a little bit about another idea that we've talked about in schooling, and I think Kate, as the Director of Student Services, will agree that we talk all the time in professional development about the difference between equality and equity. And what we tell, you know, and this is me speaking in my teacher hat, what we tell our professional development folks, and especially around teaching children with different needs, is that equality means everyone gets the same. So if, you know, the whole class gets the same worksheet and we give everyone, doesn't matter what they needed, if it was too hard, too easy, everyone gets the same. Equity means everyone gets what they need. And if that means a child needs extra help or needs additional instruction in order to get a point, it is our job as educators to make sure that we are providing equity so that all our students can reach the finish line. And I would suggest to us tonight that this is our challenge to ensure that we can provide as close as we possibly can equity for the adults who care for our children as well. That doesn't mean that we necessarily are going to do, and every adult is going to have the same experience, but every adult that works for us and has spent decades of their career working for us might need something different. And to the point that I've heard Andrew speak very strongly tonight about a commitment to do that, I'm very heartened to hear that. I think it's really important, and that folks will look back on what we do in this moment and judge us for whether or not we really are #WeAreDS. With that said, I would like to, I don't see, Anne, is your hand still up? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so no, I was gonna say it is not. I just forgot to lower it, but now I lowered it. Sorry.
And Judy, your hand is still up.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna turn it back to Brooke for some voting, I believe.
Yeah, and I have two things to say. The first thing, well, I have three things to say. The first thing I want to say is, Maggie, you speak so eloquently, and I generally agree with everything you say. And I think that your words are well taken. Second thing I want to say is that the issue with regard to teachers who are unable to return for the reasons that I said in the past, this isn't a subject for impact bargaining. This is a condition for me, a condition of my voting for a hybrid model. That is, it's something that needs to come from the district, not something that the union has to ask for its members. And I think that's a really important distinction because, as Maggie said, we have a spectacular faculty and we need to honor them. The other thing I want to say is this. I am more guilty than anyone on this Zoom of having strong opinions and expressing those opinions in a blunt and very pointed way. But I want to tell you all that I love this community. I don't have kids in the school, and yet I'm still here. And that when we're done with this vote, that I will commit myself to any healing that needs to go on and any working together that needs to go on to our common goal, and that we come together as a community and work as one. And if you need a sub, and I don't have to be in court, give me a call. And when I say that, I mean that very seriously, okay? I think that it's really important for us to understand what I've tried to teach my children, that the ways in which we agree are far many more than our differences. And that's my hope, that we come together as a community once we're done with this.
Thank you, Judy. I'd like to turn it back to Brooke if you feel like we are ready to move into voting. Brooke?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Excuse me. Okay. How do we do this? I asked for anyone from Dover having a motion. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Does anyone from Dover have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening the Chickering School? Oh, Dover, take yourself off mute. The Leslie?
So do you want me to say I have a motion, I move?
Just say yes.
Yes, okay.
Does anybody have a second?
Mark Hilly, seconded.
Hey, Brooke, sorry, I think you want to have that reopened as presented.
Approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening as presented, the Chickering School as presented? Okay. All right. Okay, any discussion? All right. I'm going to read the roll call. So, Sarah.
Sorry. So, I mean, I realize we're getting to the decision point here. I do want to make it known that, at least for me, I hear a lot of the discussion that's taking place at the region. I think we all agree that we adore our teachers and that we...
Guys, if everybody except for Sarah could just group themselves, there's a lot of feedback on this side.
I think we all agree that we adore our teachers and that we don't want to force anyone to make decisions between lives and livelihoods. But I just am not aware, under the information that we have been provided, whether there is a true conflict here. In other words, whether there are more teachers that would require an alternative arrangement, then our student needs would, suggest could be accommodated. So I don't know if there's anything else that we can hear on that point, but that's, that's a concern, obviously.
It's a really good point, Sarah. But we really don't. I think our teachers are really hinging on this too. They haven't made final decisions. Plus, we only have the survey information from a segment of the population, so we just don't know that answer.
Is Deb on here? Is she on here still?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Hi. Can you speak to Chickering accommodating the teachers who medically couldn't return, whether they can teach remote classes?
I can speak to the teachers, but not to the EAs.
Okay.
I believe if we do our remote schoolhouse, remote academy, we can utilize our teachers who need to be medically excused to teach those students who opt to be full-time remote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that's waving. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question, Deb? Because I think one of the things that's on the table is if we accommodate teachers who don't have childcare, will we be able to support the fully remote kids as well as the students in a hybrid model if teachers stay home for childcare as well?
Thank you, Beth. I don't have the exact number of teachers who need to be home due to childcare. So I don't have an answer to that one, thank you. I know of teachers who are full medically excused, like Andrew had talked about earlier.
And we don't know how many kids are gonna opt to stay home. So that's just something that at the elementary level, we're not going to know before we vote. It's a chicken and egg kind of situation.
I will also add that in the Commonwealth, there's been a move afoot to ask superintendents in all the districts to allow children of teachers to be part of the in-school all the time cohort, no matter which model their district goes with. And so that's another lever that might be able to come to pass. I know there's a lot of pressure on superintendents to say yes to that. And that would be very helpful in terms of the childcare situation for many, not all, of our teachers.
It's a really good and important point, Maggie. That is something that has been put out there. And just to explain one more time, if you are a teacher and you live, say, in Natick, but you work in Sherborn, your children have to be able to attend school in Natick, even if Natick is remote. That's the proposal that's on the table, but as far as of today, it's only a proposal. It hasn't. I don't know. I don't know if that's pushing its way up to the commissioner, or there's also been talk that the governor was going to require that teachers be essential learners, but essential workers. But again, that's all still. We just don't know. We don't know the answer to those two things.
I think what I'm hearing you guys say, though, is that you're going to work very aggressively in good faith to help folks to make sure that they can do their jobs and also be with their families and take care of their needs. I don't know, Brooke, you were like, your team was in the middle of a vote, so I just want to make sure you guys can get through the roll call.
Yeah, let's can we start again? So we'll do the roll call. There's a lot of feedback. I don't know. So Sarah?
Are you looking for a one-word answer or are you looking for a speech? All right. I would vote yes.
Leslie?
Yes.
Colleen?
Colleen Burt, yes.
Mark?
Mark Healy, yes.
Okay, and Brooke Matteries, yes. Megan, do you want to take Sherborn?
Yep, I'll take Sherborn. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening schools as presented from the Sherborn School Committee with regard to Pine Hill Elementary School.
This is Angie Johnson, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Can I ask a question? Is there a place for us to speak before we vote? I feel like the elementary folks all asked questions but didn't necessarily offer opinions.
It traditionally gets a motion and then a second and then discussion. And if then that can change the trajectory.
Do I have a second?
Okay.
Nancy?
Next, yep, Nancy Creel.
Thank you. Discussion? Go ahead, Amanda.
Sorry, I'm just getting my thoughts together here. Okay. So I've really appreciated hearing over the past couple of weeks from many community members about school reopening. And thinking about this as a school committee member, I'm listening to families' needs. I've been looking at data. I've been listening to the expertise of scientists and medical professionals, and respecting the experience and expertise of the teachers who will be on the ground in any of these models. I also really respect the thoughtfulness of our administrators and building leaders, and I'm grateful for all of the time that they've put in for the past few months trying to do what feels impossible and keep the best interests and health and safety of our communities in mind. I'm confident that we all have the best interests of children at the top of mind, and we'll work together to support our kids moving forward no matter what model we decide tonight. In thinking about this, my highest priority is the physical health and safety and emotional well-being of all. I've been working with the Teaching and Learning Subcommittee with middle school teachers who are fantastic and have been super thoughtful about all of these models. And our guiding sort of values have been health and safety and equity and inclusion. So those are the things I'm thinking about. I'm really concerned, continue to be concerned about Pine Hill's building and the questions that teachers have asked that we don't have firm answers to at this moment. As an English teacher, I cannot ignore the irony of having a discussion on Zoom about sending people, students and teachers into buildings in a few weeks when we're not in a building together, masked or not. It makes me really uncomfortable, and I think it should make me uncomfortable. Given what we know now, given the emerging data that reveals what we don't know about this virus, what we've heard tonight and the questions that remain unanswered, to me, the all remote solution feels the safest and most equitable for everyone. Emergency learning in the spring is not the same as what we can look forward to in the fall. I feel like both Beth and Kate talked really eloquently about the plans teachers have put into place and the thoughtfulness with which they're thinking about that. I agree, though, that some kids need to be in school buildings, and the state says they need to be in school buildings. And from an educational equity standpoint, they should be. So I would love to think about how we can support keeping most students and teachers remote and using our safest physical spaces to prioritize in-person learning for our most vulnerable students and really maintain that 6 feet that seems to be the standard everywhere else for our teachers and students. Then we could transition slowly into a hybrid model by bringing back our youngest students who also have a need for in-person learning. Slowly, cohort by cohort, thinking about the numbers, watching what's happening, adjusting as needed. If things are going well, we could phase in other age cohorts. But in the meantime, our highest need students are being served. We keep all of our incredible teachers, and they can focus entirely on teaching and learning rather than health protocol compliance. And there's more continuity and stability for others when we need to close or when kids need to be home because of their own illnesses or teachers' illnesses or classmates' illnesses. As a parent, teacher, and school committee member, I want kids in person safely. Until we can do that, I would love to think more deeply about how our communities can come together to make use of our outdoor spaces and create opportunities for play, for movement, and appropriate socializing outside of school. That's what our kids really need to support their social emotional development. They will learn what they need to learn. They need developmentally to be with other kids to do all sort of learning that they don't do in school to support their mental health during this time rather than a focus on academics. I think that's true for our youngest learners. I think it goes for all students. We all need that. And I think that that's the kind of support I would love to think about how we can offer if we weren't in a model that had in-person time to start.
Thank you, Amanda. Is there any anyone else who would like to add a comment for the discussion? Okay, then I'll go ahead with the roll call. Amanda Brown?
Amanda Brown, no.
Nancy Cordell? Oh, you're on mute, Nancy.
Nancy Cordell, yes.
Thank you. Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald, yes.
Angie Johnson?
Angie Johnson, yes.
And Megan Page, yes. That's it for Sherborn.
Okay, regional school board, if you could unmute yourselves, and if everybody else could mute themselves, because I'm hearing a lot of static and I just think it's like feedback. Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening schools from the regional school committee for the middle school and the high school?
Maggie, I would like to make an amendment to that. I would like to move it and then make an amendment.
Okay.
Can I
you know what?
Motion, and then we can see if we want to second it, and then if it goes down to defeat, we can make a different motion.
Okay, so are you amending the motion?
No, let me say the motion that I want to make.
Okay.
All right, and then let's see if it works, and we'll go.
Then we vote on accepting the amendment, and then we vote on.
No. It's not an amendment. It's a let me just say it. It is a motion. Let me tell you what it is. It's a motion to accept the hybrid plan as presented by the superintendent with an additional provision that was not in the presentation with regard to the issue of teachers and medical leave.
Do you have a language for that?
I do have the language for that. Would you like me to read it, and I can read it as a whole motion?
I want you to read it, and then if you've written it down in a way that we can forward it to whoever takes minutes for this, I think that would be important.
Okay. All right. So I would like to move to approve the superintendent's hybrid plan as presented, but with additional provisions as follows. During the period of the COVID-19 Massachusetts state of emergency and the phased reopening of the Commonwealth, any teacher who falls into a hardship category as defined below will be permitted to teach their in-person classes remotely while students Zoom in from school and/or attend the remote academy being created at the middle school. The hardship categories are defined as 1, teachers who provide documentation from their healthcare provider that they are at high risk for COVID-19 as defined by the CDC. 2, teachers who provide documentation from a healthcare provider of a family member with whom they live that the family member is at high risk for COVID-19 as defined by the CDC. And 3, teachers who provide documentation that they are unable to work due to a bona fide need for leave to care for a child whose school or child care provider is closed or unavailable for reasons related to COVID-19. And I can explain the language in our discussion portion.
Oh, okay. Do I have a second on the amended motion?
Collins, second.
Okay, discussion. I think this is going to be important because I have some questions.
Okay, the language, let me start with the childcare language. The childcare language comes from the provision of the Families First Coronavirus Act that says that we're required to give sick leave to teachers for this reason. So that portion of the language is saying we want them to teach, okay? We don't want to put them out on a leave. And the other two are pretty self-evident. If somebody's at high risk for COVID based on the CDC guidelines, or somebody they live with is high risk, they can teach remotely.
Okay. Other discussion?
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Sorry about that, but I just assume that what's being agreed upon now at regional level would have to also be equitable and apply to elementary.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think in this situation, Mark, we are 3 separate school districts. The challenge comes because all of our educators run under the same teacher's contract. So I would imagine that if we pass our approval of the hybrid plan with this motion, that would come up in the MOU negotiations.
Can I raise one
Although
other?
I'd weigh in that there's no prohibition for either the Sherborn School Committee or the Dover School Committee to bring a subsequent motion to adopt the particular policy as well.
Can I raise one other point, Maggie?
Matt, are you asking me?
Yes, because
Oh,
it's
I'm Maggie.
your committee.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So I believe the coronavirus childcare piece runs out on 12/31.
Correct. So it would matter whether or not the federal government extends that or whether or not those provisions expire.
Can I say something? You're absolutely right, Andrew, but I think that as a policy for us, I think that we may go beyond what we are permitted to go beyond what the law requires us.
So wouldn't this require, since it would be a policy, wouldn't this require 2 reads?
I don't think so, because it's an additional feature to what you presented. So I'm just amending what you presented rather than making a policy.
I think what I am presenting is in fact a policy for the district. That's why the school committees are voting on it. So it's a change to a policy.
Okay, so a couple of things. Lynn, let's see.
Can we vote on it from a sure, like, we already voted, but from a sure standpoint, Judy's motion makes sense to me, but I don't know for the rest of my.
I think a couple of things. I think I understand from a conversation from that I had with the Mass Association of School Committees that if a school committee reaches an impasse, which if we understand from the district that we can't, whatever happens the rest of this night, one option we have is to call for a meeting at the next available time, which for us would be Friday afternoon, evening, so we can post it and revisit this whole topic on Friday. So that's something that would then, I guess, allow us to have 2 reads of the policy. I also understand, because I have been following the Massey policy updates, that there's something about under coronavirus, a change to the amounts of reads, but we haven't actually approved coronavirus policies. So I turn that question to our policy people, which I think on our committee is Lynn, and then also Angie, and I don't know if Dover has one yet. Do you guys know?
If I can make a suggestion in that regard, Maggie,
Yeah.
if in fact you guys want to make this a permanent decision for the district at the region, that this is something that should go past school council. That's my advice.
For sure, for sure. So I think that we're making an amendment to a motion, or a motion to amend our approval has happened. I would suggest that at this point, the school committee members discuss it, and then we vote, and then we figure out what we need to do about that vote after we vote. Because you know, up until earlier tonight, you know, we were saying, you know, this is a school committee decision, and I think what I'm hearing from my board anyway is they want to do hybrid, and it sounds like what's most important to them, and thank you to Judy for whatever you've been doing in terms of writing motions, that we include this language in there. I get the feeling that for us at the region, without this language, I don't know. I mean, we could vote both ways, I guess. I guess that's a thing we could do just for the record. So here's what I'm gonna do. Nan, did you have something to add to the?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we have to vote if we decide in our discussion that we don't feel that we're ready to come to a vote because we need to have questions answered by council especially?
Okay.
Then can we, because we don't need to submit till the 14th, can we?
We can. It's my understanding we can't convene a meeting any earlier than Friday night because we need 48 hours to post it.
Correct.
That's going to be a problem for me as well, Maggie. I'm sorry.
No, I totally understand. I'm trying to kind of like work with all my parts here and legal open meeting law and make sure we do things the right way, and also understand if we need to have 2 reads, if this is a new policy. So what I feel like is on the table today, and you know, obviously we're recording this meeting, we can go back and watch it and figure out what is the right thing to do afterwards. But I think what I'm understanding in terms of a vote of the regional school committee is that we're in a process where we've made a motion, and then someone has amended that motion, and we're having discussion on that motion, and then we're going to vote on that motion, and then we're going to need to figure out if that motion represents policy change. We got to figure it out. But what I heard many times from all the school folks tonight is you need to understand which direction this bus is going, because if you don't, you can't make other decisions. And so I do want to give us the opportunity to do whatever we need to do to give you information about where we would like this bus to go, so that you guys can rent tents and get beach chairs or whatever else needs to happen in terms of procurement and planning.
But actually we can't, that's actually an issue, because we would not be able to hire. We would not be able to begin that process until we know what the district's position is.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I understand that you have a it sounds like you have a conflict on Friday, and me too. I mean, but it seems like what would need to happen then on Friday is that or it could be after or Saturday or whatever, but that we can't legally reconvene within 48 hours. And I think our committee has to go through our voting process, and then we have to figure out what the policy implications are. And I understand about legal counsel and so forth. The good news is we have until September 14th before children are coming back to school. So that does give us a little bit of time, but I'm with all of the folks who presented tonight. We need enough runway for our faculty and our administrators and all of our planners to begin to do that work that needs to be done. I'm gonna ask, Judy, you made a motion, it's on the table, we're in discussion. Are there any other school committee members who need to contribute to the discussion at the regional school committee?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
I am not a lawyer, I'm a teacher, and I appreciate Judy thinking outside of the box, but I'm a little confused, and I'm also, even though I want everybody to be heard, certainly I'm not interested in dragging this out more. I'm not really comfortable voting on the amendment yet, because I feel like there are so many questions that that have kind of just come up, and also that Dover and Sherborn already voted separately and didn't have that motion, and does that feel uncomfortable to them?
I see some heads nodding in the Zoom.
So, but I'm also not interested in dragging it out. I guess, sorry, I'm just having some trouble understanding the process.
Kate, I completely understand that, and your trouble understanding, I get that. You know, I wonder, here are some alternatives. One alternative is we could, vote for the remote policy, but from hearing from everyone, I'm not sure that that's going to, pass, okay, the region. And I think that we'll be in a worse place in terms of that. And it also sounds like there are others at the elementary schools, at the Dover and Sherborn committees, who might also want to adopt the same policy that we adopt.
I think we need to know a lot more about it and the implications of it, which we, wouldn't tonight. We've heard, we don't have a sense of numbers you're talking about. It, we're working to get these kids back to school, and we don't know what this would do to the process. Can I ask?
Okay, you know what? I've since we're in. Yes, Michael Jaffe, and then I have some things to say, and right now I'm chairing this meeting, so I'm going to.
I would make two suggestions. One suggestion is to straw poll, and if we straw poll at the region, that should be taken with some confidence as to the direction of the region if we need to come back and vote. I would also suggest that regardless of what the region approved tonight, I would imagine that it is the intent, a desire of each member on the region that at some point in time we would be in a remote model. That would be the goal. So I would suggest that the schools move full speed ahead in full planning for both the remote and the hybrid models, because I think it's also almost a certainty that if we all voted for remote tonight, that at some point in time this year, or all voted for hybrid, at some point this year, we're going to be remote as well. So I think with the planning ought to keep on going. We can straw poll to get a sense of where members are, or the regional members.
Okay, all right. So we're in discussion on this vote to return with the amendment. I'm super nervous because my knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order is definitely moving into uncharted territory here. It seems to be where we spend all our time. I am happy to have us quickly straw poll. Also, I'm wondering, Judy, are we feeling, well, we're feeling like, I was gonna say, are we feeling like this is the same issue at the middle school and the high school, or is it particular to the high school? Judy.
I know, and I'm sighing, and I will say that as I understand it, at the middle school is easier to deploy all teachers because they've got this remote academy working, and it is nearly impossible at the high school. That's my understanding, okay? And, so that's the best answer I can give you. I'm thinking, could we do this? Could we vote on the hybrid model conditioned on the passage of the policy that I just read after two votes?
After two reads?
After two reads. So that we've given the district the go-ahead on the hybrid, and they know that we're going to put this policy in place once we can do the two reads.
Here's what I'm gonna suggest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion
Okay.
that the regional school committee approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening schools, which right now is that we begin in the hybrid model for both the middle school and the high school. The school committee further directs the administration to review the proposed amendment made by Ms. Judy Miller, and have it reviewed by council and return to us at its earliest convenience a policy that we can vote on in the coming weeks.
Okay. Maggie, the problem with that is we're the ones who are supposed to make the policy, I think, and maybe Anne or somebody who knows these things better can say. I also think that with regard to reviewing this by council, I think that's a red herring. I think that that if we as a committee, because if we get our policies reviewed by council, we can do that, but I don't think it's for the administration to do that.
Okay, so here's the other thing that is on my mind, and I think we have to be cognizant, is that we have, while we are 3 separate school districts, and that is true from a legal perspective, certainly, we have members of the Dover board and of the Sherborn board who are very interested in this policy. And I do believe that we ought to move forward with this policy. I think you're correct that the council is reviewing it on our behalf as a school committee, us making this policy. So it sounds like what I'm asking for is, do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for reopening schools from the regional school committee for the middle school and the high school pursuant to, I'm making words up here, the school committees, the joint school committees, having this proposed policy reviewed by our school committee council, understanding that we are going to reconvene at our earliest convenience to have the necessary 2 reads. We can schedule 2 meetings 2 days in a row for just this purpose. And that we would expect then that the school district would follow the policy that we're proposing. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair, and I would second that motion.
Okay, no, someone has to make that motion.
Okay, then I so moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Lynn Collins, second.
Thank you, Lynn. I'm gonna do a roll call vote.
Can I interject something, Maggie? I don't know if you can see me.
We're in the middle of a school committee vote, but yeah.
Okay, well, I just wanted to give you insight from the administration standpoint. That the idea that you're talking about is going to lengthen this entire process. People won't need to submit a decision until you've made your vote, and we have put on the calendar the 14th as the deadline that we are expecting people to get back to us. And a series of other, postings take 2 weeks. You have to post it for a certain period of time. So I'm just saying that there are other considerations, that's all.
Okay, so as soon as we get off this call, we will look up in the, my thing is, I really think that we are very close to a mutually acceptable movement forward to hybrid, and I really want that for our community. And also, we need to attend to this issue, which is a bellwether, issue for the majority of my committee. So I'd like to proceed with our vote in the motion that I just made. And we will address the other issues that come out of it when we are done. Judy Miller.
Judy Miller, yes.
Michael Jaffe.
Michael Jaffe, yes.
Lynn Collins.
Collins, yes.
Kate Potter. Kate Potter.
Sorry, Kate Potter, yes.
Ann Hovey.
Ann Hovey, yes.
And Maggie Sharon, yes. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it back to Brooke. It is clear to me that we've had a wrinkle happen in our voting tonight. I will get on the phone. It's 9:27 now. I will get on the phone with whatever people have to be got on the phone with to make sure that we can take care of this wrinkle. That being said, I can't, sorry. No, stop. Just, why are we, I don't even know. Sorry. We will get on the phone with whoever we need to get on the phone with to, you know, sort this out. I think it is clear from this conversation anyway, that the regional school committee desperately wants our children to have an opportunity to go back to school in person, and also to have our educators be safe and have what they need, and to make sure that the folks have learned to know and trust are there for them in the fall. And we'll work on it tomorrow. Brooke.
All right, I'm gonna steam through what is next. Next is the 2020 academic calendar for approval. In the packet, you see the revised calendar. Are there any questions regarding the revised calendar? I can't see everybody. Oh, Leslie?
Yeah, I see that the first school day is September 15. Is that definite? Is that set in stone, or?
Andrew, can I throw that one to you?
Yes, that is the, according to the DSEA, they feel very strongly about defending those 10 days. If they felt differently, I might propose something shorter. I originally thought perhaps we could go with something shorter in order to get the kids in sooner, but the indications in my conversations with the president of the DSEA was that they felt very, very strongly about keeping those 10 days. So that would move us to the 15th as a start date. However, the end date would not change because the commissioner has given us permission to go to 170 days. We're at 181, and so therefore we'd be at 171.
Michael?
Yes, Andrew, is there a possibility of taking advantage of perhaps a day or two for students to get acquainted with teachers and perhaps each other?
I love the idea, Michael, but I think that the position of the MTA in their conversations with the commissioner, at first they wanted 30 days. They agreed mutually to 10 days. And so I don't think I have much wiggle room in terms of discussion on that, because I think the DSEA feels the same way. So no.
Okay, I would request if perhaps that could be discussed in collective bargaining. It's not an earlier day of school, but it's a day of potentially, connecting before school starts.
Agreed. It's just that
it can't work.
No, I totally agree. It's just that I think that they want those 10 days in terms of their getting ready, but I can't speculate. I'd have to have a conversation with them.
Okay, any more questions about the revised calendar? Amanda, did you raise your hand? Yeah.
I just had a question about whether or not snow days are still going to be a thing, because we've sort of begun in the spring to show that we can do remote learning when we need to. So would we just be able to remote learn and count those days, or has the state not weighed in on that?
That will be the commissioner's call. He hasn't opined. You would think he would, but he could very well say no. So we just haven't gotten any direction on that.
Any other questions? I can't actually see everyone, so type up if I don't see you. No? All right, does any, for Dover, we have to do it by committee, correct? Yeah.
All by committee.
Yeah, Dover, take yourselves off mute. Feedback. Does anyone have a motion to approve the 2020 academic calendar? Leslie, is there a second?
Yeah. Mark Healy, second.
Any discussion? All right, I do a roll call. Sarah,
Sarah Gutierrez Dunn, yes.
Leslie,
Leslie Leon, yes.
Colleen,
Colleen Burt, yes.
and Mark.
Mark Healy, yes.
Megan,
Okay, Sherburne, do I have a motion to approve the 2020 calendar as proposed?
So moved. Amanda Brown, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second, Nancy Cordell.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do roll call. Angie Johnson?
Angie Johnson, yes.
I'm sorry, just realized I didn't ask for discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I'll continue. Amanda Brown?
Amanda Brown, yes.
Thank you. Nancy Cordell?
Nancy Cordell, yes.
And Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald, yes.
And Megan Page, yes.
Okay, Regional School Committee, if you could take yourselves off mute. Motion to accept the Dover-Sherborn school calendar as presented for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved. Ann Hovey.
Ann Hovey, thank you. Second?
Michael Jaffe,
Potter,
second.
Okay, we're gonna give that to Michael Jaffe by a nose. Michael Jaffe second, and now a roll call vote. Michael Jaffe,
Michael Jaffe, yes.
Ann Hovey.
Ann Hovey, yes.
Okay, I didn't ask for discussion. Was there any discussion? Fantastic. Ann Hovey, yes. Michael Jaffe, yes. Lynn Collins.
Lynn Collins, yes.
Judy Miller.
Judy Miller, yes.
Kate Potter.
Kate Potter, yes.
And Maggie Sharon, yes. The calendar is approved.
okay, you will see the return to school health protocols in your packet we talked about earlier, I referred to earlier. And the final item is to approve the consent agenda with the minutes from June 11th, July 14th, July 23rd, and July 28th. Do I have, Dover, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mark Healy,
Second?
Leslie Leon, second.
Okay, Leslie. I do a roll call. Sarah?
Sarah Gutierrez Dunn, yes.
Leslie?
Leslie Leon, yes.
Colleen?
Colleen Burt, yes.
Mark?
Mark Healy, yes.
And Brooke, I didn't approve the calendar. Well, I approved both of those, calendar and the consent agenda. Megan, you're next.
Okay, great. Sherburne, could you take yourselves off mute? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Or the
Angie
consent
Johnson,
agenda, sorry.
Angie Johnson, so moved.
Second?
Second, Nancy Cordell.
Thanks, Nancy. I'll do a roll call vote. Angie Johnson?
Angie Johnson, yes.
Amanda Brown?
Amanda Brown, yes.
Nancy Cordell?
Nancy Cordell, yes.
Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald, yes.
And Megan Page, yes.
Okay, at the region, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as described by Brooke in the Dover-Sherborn?
So moved.
Oh, Michael, you can take it.
Michael Jaffe.
I'll second it. Ann
Okay,
Hovey.
so the motion was made by Michael Jaffe. It was seconded by Ann Hovey. Roll call, Michael Jaffe.
Discussion, none?
Oh, discussion.
None.
Hearing none. Thank you.
Michael
Michael
Jaffe, yes.
Ann Hovey,
Ann Hovey, yes.
Lynn Collins,
Collins, yes.
Kate Potter,
Kate Potter, yes.
Judy Miller,
Judy Miller, yes.
and Maggie Sharon, yes. And I just want to take a moment to say that I had bets on we'd be here past 10 o'clock, and it is only 9:36, so I'm feeling really good about us right now. Back to you, Brooke.
You're on mute, Brooke.
Sorry. With that, we adjourn. That's the end of our business at the moment. And thank you, everyone.